So let's actually have a discussion. And by discussion, I mean I'm going to talk and you are going to listen and agree with everything I say because I'm the streamer. Just how it works. Alright. So, this wonderful little NanoWadmo project, what's the plan for this? The plan for this is more just a developer commentary, just playing through the whole game and discussing things as we go. So, for this one I wanted to do something different, and I already had a plan to like change the weapons, the main weapons outright, from the get-go. And I also, from the get-go, wanted this to connect to the Lost Magic in some way, and start expanding the Vortilverse, as it were, a nice term coined by STX Vile. Really appreciate that one, actually. And so the idea of taking the Tyrian 2000 crystals and making 4 other varieties of them, and having them all intertwine with one red crystal, not only connects this to the Lost Magic, but this will also ultimately connect to Jam, which might take 1,000 years to ever get made at this rate. Also, I had to include the full credits in the text file because there were so many credits that I actually could not fit them into this screen here. So if you get the zip file, please read the text file. There's just so many names to list. The other thing I wanted to do in this was be a little more experimental. I wanted to do the 5 themes, but I also wanted to just do some experimental ideas with a lot of level designs, try things I hadn't tried before, do weird things with it, and then do things that maybe people haven't seen before. But at the same time, and this is probably a bad thing to actually do at the same time, I wanted to make sure that this would still appeal to the more casual audience. And I think the appealing to the casual audience has unfortunately fallen flat on its face. Quite hard. Now, I'm not saying this is bad. I'm not saying this set is bad. A lot of people would actually say this is probably the best thing I've actually released, period. But I think in terms of its main goal, this area in particular is going to be a good example to talk about when we get here. But it's kind of a little too rough in a lot of areas, and episode 6, for a lot of people, is just a deal breaker. Episode 6 is a part where people start questioning, has Vortil ever actually been good at making maps? Or has it just been a fluke the whole time? Before we start, I've just noticed something awful. I'm going to let this demo play and I'm going to be right back. Alright, apologies. A little bit of a minor emergency. We should be fine though. Hopefully. Hopefully I don't have to end the stream early. That would suck. Alright, so before I start rambling about several things about this, I will say I think episode 1 pretty much came out perfectly. I don't think I have a single issue with episode 1 as a whole. I'm quite satisfied with the intro to this. So a little speedrun skip here if you want it. You can actually get on that switch and up to there. I was initially going to make that impassable, but it doesn't break the map, so... Come into the room and you see the staff. Anybody who's familiar with Lost Magic might even see the staff as a little bit familiar. And then you get to have fun with the BFGs, like one of the first weapons you pick up. Now some could argue maybe I should have given the pistol more time. But I do feel like the player on average is going to run out of ammo at some point, and then we'll try to fire the pistol in desperation and then they'll realize, oh wait, this is not a normal pistol. This is a projectile weapon now. It also means if you're good at the game and you know what you're doing and you're playing continuous, you can actually keep the BFG to the next set of levels. Right, hopefully if I remember everything, and I should, we'll try to 100% the whole thing. Now in the first iteration of this, some people might remember, the lava was instant death. All lava was instant death. But I've come to find that's actually just annoying. Extremely annoying. Very unfun. Especially when it's at a height level that it looks like you could probably get out of. So I decided to change it and just add a bunch of teleporters in. Now, instant death falls can work, but having them this early and in the form of lava, not recommended. So Vortil loves his caves. We all know Vortil loves making caves. He just doesn't stop. He's obsessed with caves. Oh, so these chain gunners in the elevator may be a bit mean. I don't think it's that bad. Probably the hardest part of the level, actually. Yeah, shoot switches is something I'm going to go on later. Because I do enjoy shoot switches, but I didn't actually think of the consequences of making it a projectile weapon until a bit later. So if you're curious about the projectile damage, I can't remember how many points it is, but it's a little weaker than a plasma bolt. Not a whole lot weaker. But you know, it's weak enough that you can't give it zombie man. Yeah, I think as an intro level, I really like this intro level. I don't think I have any issues with this as an intro level. The par times for this, I believe, are done exactly the same way as a Lost Magic. And that I speedrun the map as quick as I can, getting UV max kills and secrets, and then adding like 5 to 15 seconds to what time I got by the end of it. So par times are more for the UV max skills to try and beat. They're not that difficult, generally speaking. Some of them are a bit rough. This level's a strange one. It's also when you first get the shotgun, you realize, oh hey, this gun is way faster now. Which actually was not the case originally. Originally the shotgun was normal speed. But due to a weapon we're going to get pretty soon, the shotgun and super shotgun even became kind of redundant. And a weapon nobody wanted to use. I realized they used quite a lot of chain gunners in the first levels. Holy shit. Actually kind of unaware of that now that I'm playing through it again. So yeah, anybody who's got any awareness of this map will know that you can basically skip this map really quickly. This is one of these moments where I don't expect most players to do the elevator. But yeah, all of these are elevators so you can't get stuck, but as a result that means you can just put this down and then jump across. So you only actually need one switch to beat this level. But I've come to find just about anybody, almost everybody who plays this, just sees how this comes together and they're just like, okay, I'll just find the rest of the switches. Alright, for this section I was kind of out of ideas of how to put this chain gun in where it is, so I was like, I'm going to just steal that part from the factory. Most people don't even realize that's even a thing though. They just kind of walk across and don't even give a shit. But anyway, the chain gun. The main reason the shotgun and super shotgun kind of became a bit redundant. This thing is really fucking strong. I can't remember, but I think it was weaker before. I think I had to do less damage and I bumped it up by like 1 or 2 points and it made it feel much better. Here's the multi-layered secret. A lot of people kind of miss this secret. They don't really see that this is an elevator. Which is fine. Oh, hey, there's some lanes that are showing up in the auto map. They're not supposed to be there. One thing I almost didn't fix before release, but there's a shade of white that would show up as black. That shade of white actually shows up as black on the Lost Magic. Something I forgot to fix on the Lost Magic, so it's thankfully fixed here. I think this secret's cute. Did I leave an enemy? Could have sworn I heard someone. There's 2 revenants, chain gun, and a macubus. There's like one dude somewhere. Alright, that way too early. Oh, what the fuck? How did you get in here? That'd have been really far back. Is that lighting level incorrect? It is. That one platform is slightly darker than the rest of them. Somehow I didn't notice that. Wow. What a mapper. And then this brings you back to the beginning. Everything started. For the record, at the very beginning, if you actually turn around before the door fully closes, you can actually slightly see the inside of this room. And then you look outside and like, oh shit! That kind of looks like the tower from the Lost Magic. I was actually going to do more things with this tower throughout TQC, but I never did. And I actually think that's fine. I think it only appearing on this level is fine. Alright, so most music in this I've taken from Doom Community MIDI packs. But while making this level, there was only one music track that came to my mind that would fit this level completely perfectly, and I couldn't use anything else. And it had to be Donkey Kong Country 3. Can't remember the name of the track offhand, but it's the one they use in the Lava Foundry level. It kept playing through my head as I was running, as I was making this map, so it's like, nope, I have to use this track here. I thought that this was kind of cool, and I was going to use this more often, but I never did. The fake red lights. Again, I had a lot of ambitions and a lot of ideas that came to fruition in episode 1, but then never saw the light of day. That's kind of unfortunate what can happen with a project like this, and there's also the fact that a variety of other things also occurred. But this secret is incredibly subtle. It's the light here that indicates that that can be opened. I've seen a lot of people just have no idea why that was a secret. One recent change I added was actually a step here, because as I was watching people play through this, they kept falling and not getting the key, and having to run all the way back around. Also, this was also an instant kill floor before. I cannot remember what level it was that made me change it when I was watching people play through it, because it was already released and finished by the time I'd changed my mind on the instant kill floor. This is also something else I wanted to do more often, was peeking out into the next level. It's actually something I really like Wad's doing. Also, I don't think this trap has even came close to killing anybody before. That's fine. Every trap needs to be a home run. Alright, so this secret is really mean, but I actually really like it because it is very hard to see. I actually did remove it from the auto map. I think I was meant to have it appear in the auto map, but I never did. That was pretty mean. Pink Kitty Rose, when she was playing through it, she always gets edited whenever things are hidden on the auto map, and when you're just looking at 100% a level and there's just no hints anywhere. Most people are going to cheat to find it. They're going to look around to see if they can see it. So having a little something on the auto map to spoil it, I think is fine, because I think most players would not notice it on a casual playthrough. So you can skip a lot of this by just coming over here. If you actually take this skip, this trap triggers. Not that it matters. And then more peaks in the next level. Let's see. I mean, it could work. I think any idea for a WOD can work. The level design and the elements all come together nicely, it can all work just fine. Alright. This level. So, I will admit, when picking some of the music, I was in a rush to do it because it's one of the last things I really did. So I listened to this track and I was like, this sounds pretty cool. Like, we're starting to ramp up towards the big tower, so this would be a nice little piece to play. I didn't realize this track was actually as big a banger as it actually is. This is a fucking insane track. If you're curious, this track is called Shotgun Shawarma. It was used for map 4 of AV, I think. The AV mini pack. Nice. Ah, the crate maze. Had to get at least one in here. It's thankfully not too bad. I don't know how that didn't hit me, but never mind. So it's going back to the secret thing from before. Sometimes I have gone back and I've made some secrets more obvious. Like this one here, I've actually added a line def to indicate that, hey, there is actually something here you may want to get. Then there's some things I've just kept hidden, and I feel like I probably should have revealed them. Especially given that some people actually struggle a lot with this WOD. And we'll get into that later. Also, some people think that Revenant is really mean, which is perfect. It's exactly what it's supposed to be. So this is the easiest blue key in the world to get, but I mean, you even get it just casually walking over it. If you don't go this way, you miss the chain gun, or rather the free chain gun. I forgot there was 2 chain guns in here. I actually think there may be an SSG in here before, but then I replaced it because I wanted the SSG to be in the next episode. Yeah, this entire episode does not have an SSG in it. More really wanted to show off the power of the chain gun for a bit. And again, this was also instant death. It really was a change for the better. It's pretty bad overall to have that much instant death. It's just not fun. Also, a lot of what I was designing in this already had the assumption that people who were playing this had already played the Lost Magic. I don't think I'd actually watched anybody play this that hadn't already played the Lost Magic prior. I mean, in saying that, it still works as a standalone thing. If nobody's played a Lost Magic, it's fine. I don't know if it's against the spirit of Nano Wadmo to copy-paste an element. If people want to disqualify me, go for it, but that tower is too cool. I could not use it. Right on the button. Alright, then we begin the quote-unquote mini-boss levels. Last Nano Wadmo, things got like tight on time. So I decided that the end of every episode would basically just be a mini-boss, a short level that would just serve as like a small boss room, like an arena fight of some kind, and then that's it, you're gone. Some gimmick fight. This one reintroduces everybody's favorite enemy. People love these guys. Also, this room, this entire area had like 10 bugs in it, specifically co-op related. So easy to get stuck in here. But yeah, I figured having short and sweet levels would actually save me some time. Turns out I'm very glad that I did this, because as we go through our journey throughout these maps, we're going to end up finding that things kind of went all sort of pear-shaped when it comes to working on this set. Anyway, we have to reintroduce everybody's other favorite enemy. I think people hate the sorcerer a little bit less than the cultists. It is a big enough target, and it's usually by itself. Also, the sorcerer has a little bit of a AI attached, where it will constantly fire at the player unless the player gets a certain distance away from it, and then it will actually stop and chase the player. If it does decide to fire, it will only fire 5 projectiles and then continue to chase. So the best way to fight it, to make sure it doesn't actually do anything else, is to just be in its face. I don't really do enough to take advantage of that AI though. Alright, so this is not really explained in like any lore or any kind, but we're basically transferring these crystals to this one particular spot that was essentially ordained by the red crystal to bring all the crystals together for nefarious purposes. Alright, and now it's all downhill from here. We've hit peak TQC. There's nothing else after this. It's just constant garbage all the way down. That's not entirely true. I'm mostly memeing, but if you ask some people about their thoughts on this, people will say episode 4 is their favorite, and that'll be interesting when we get there, because 4's development is... It's a surprise to me that it's the best. I guess it tells me I need to be mapping under certain conditions in the future. But anyway, we have a, like, sort of a fake hub section here. We get to access the other timelines slash worlds slash whatever. Every time you finish one of these things start moving and are all colourful. Red is the only world you can't go back to, for the record. Every other one lets you go back. Red is the only one that doesn't let you. It's like that floor issue. I thought I sorted that. Anyway, special thanks to Napsom for the rain. I had already planned on making rain, because I wanted this world to be very water-themed. But it turns out Napsom was already making some rain code. I was like, hey Napsom, do you mind if I borrow your really cool rain effect? And I mean, if he said no, I would have made my own, but Napsom's cool, so he didn't say no. I was actually surprised how, for a lot of people, this is like one of the last secrets they find. This puzzle actually used to be very different. It used to be, what it was before, is you would actually need to go up there to hit the button that would raise these platforms, and this would activate the main objective. But it actually confused people. People did not actually get the order of events on this level. So by swapping these around, it actually made life a lot easier. Also, this Cacodemon switch would then be reused later for like similar purposes. Anything that involves switch raising, it will be a Cacodemon head. Now, if perchance the player didn't actually go and hit the button in the previous area, the switch here would probably give the player a hint that the skull switch that they saw in the other room is required for progression. Also, the SSG is also faster. I don't know how much of a buff this one really needed, but again, it feels nice that it's faster. That switch used to be a lot more subtle, a lot harder to see. I think if I was designing this nowadays, I'd probably give the player a way to get back up here without having to go down and around again. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass to have to go down and around to come back up. It's not that much time, but... missing... oh, yeah. I'm missing the classic enemy that everybody misses because... symmetrical level design. I frequently forget that guy's there. So I will say in terms of visuals, this world is probably the blandest. Even though there is a big thing that happens in level 8, I feel like it's probably the most blandest. It's very grey, very brown. Not a whole lot of interesting colours in this one, which I think puts a few people off of it. Very just simple temple level design. Now, I have not been able to fully gauge what people feel about this level in particular. People tend to be very quiet on this level, and I can't tell if that's a good or a bad thing. I can't tell if people hate this puzzle or like this puzzle. Personally, I'm a fan of the puzzle, but I know the solution. Kind of the rough things about doing puzzles in Doom. You've got to be very careful how they're done. I? No, I did. Okay. Couldn't remember if I pistol started. One thing I definitely wanted to avoid, was really insanely confusing puzzles that involve. Okay, this demon's got me dead to rights. I didn't want a really confusing puzzle that required you to push like several switches in the right order and then come back. But I think the problem with this one is that if you're slow or you get a little confused, this took a lot of tweaking to actually balance it correctly. You can actually make this entire puzzle section doing a stroller run. I have tested it to make sure it was actually possible to do with the stroller. And I think that's sufficient enough time to actually get the puzzle done. But I do think for some people, because there was a puzzle here, things were starting to look a little down about this map set to some people. They're just thinking, oh boy, he's becoming pretentious, he's becoming an artist, he's adding wacky shit now. He's becoming Nomura. Did I pistol start this? I'm actually starting to question myself now. If I didn't, it doesn't matter. It's whatever. I'll pistol start the next one. I forgot that was there. Okay. Let me actually quick save. Oh, you could have just killed me right there. Straight up could have just annihilated me. But you can skip this. The intended solution for this, which there's not really a good indicator on it, but there is only one red texture in this area, and it's right here. If you walk over that, it does lower the berserk. If you know how to SR40 though, you can get it quite easily. It's not a difficult thing to reach. And you can skip half the map. Man, I even pushed that Kakadubin back and he's still gone. Yeah, I think you can just barely see you from there. Hold on. Yeah, there's just a little tiny bit I can see you from there. Probably should have fixed that. It probably was on my to-do list. There's several things on my to-do list to fix that I never had time to go fix. That Cackle Demon was one of them, because it tends to activate early. It's very difficult to not have it activate early, actually. You have to go a very specific route for it to not activate. Alright. So with all the pieces collected, we can now do the puzzle. Oh, except no we can't, because I forgot to do that. Bring this up. Now, if you're... For somebody who likes to speedrun, you may have saw an opportunity in here, in this secret. You can indeed make that jump. It's actually quite easy to do. Just do that. There you go. You skip the puzzle, you don't have to worry about it. But yeah, each of these little rooms has a indicator on how long they take before they end. So there's 5 on this one, the other one's got 4, and that's got 3. So the intended order was just to run around here. And I mean, if you're rushing it, you should still have plenty of time to make it. Thankfully, they decided to nerf this and make it a little bit more generous in terms of the timing. And then I put an archvile here just to really annoy players. There didn't used to be a way to return up. It used to be that if you fell down, you just had to do the puzzle again. But instead he did an elevator. Said he'd be a merciful god for once. Great level names. Oh, I didn't pistol start. Shit. Whoopsie. Oh well, we'll do it here. So it was around this time when I wanted to use shoot switches again, but then I realized, hold on, you can't do it with the pistol. So yeah, there's not very many shoot switches in this. With a shotgun, you can easily do it. So yeah, I guess lore-wise, what's happening here is the crystals are essentially creating some sort of like force field for the water, which is why... An orbital now. Which is why the water is on the ceiling. This is my intended lore reason as to why this is happening. And this was initially why I wanted all the rain. I forgot that activates there, actually. That's okay, though. You don't have monster wrangle, you'll be fine. Now, this level does have a skip to get to the middle area without having to deal with any of all this outside entrance nonsense. And it was one of those skips that wasn't intended initially as I was making the map, but then I realized that would have to exist. And then I decided to not care. Because again, I feel like most players wouldn't really notice it. There's a lot of places that have skips. If we look at something like Industrial Zone. Like, I think the vast majority of players jump into the acid and take the teleporter up to the BFG area and the yellow key area, but that's not the intended route. Not even close. So yeah, if you're brave enough, you can just jump into the water and reach the step over there to make it to the next area. But we're going to play through it normally, we're going to play through everything. By the way, I didn't even say anything, but I forgot to say about the hub world. Emperor's Spoon provided... He didn't provide, he already made them. And I asked if I could use them, and he said yes. But there are two tracks the Emperor Spoon had made. One of them's for the hub, and the other one is for the final zone, when you beat the game. Did I really put a monster blocking light there? What is this, 1994? How did I forget it was a monster block line there? That's pretty bad. I wonder why I've done that. That seems like such a weird thing to do. That might have been one of those things I just didn't realize existed. Oh, so this area is fun in multiplayer. It's a lot more chaotic on multiplayer. When it comes to the multiplayer balance, I did the John Romero School of Thought, which is just add a Cyber Demon. Or even the, Kasali's, the Kasali idea of just adding Spider Masterminds and other boss monsters to areas to spice it up in multiplayer. And it really doesn't make it that much harder. There's so many weapons and ammo. And the SSG is so fast, you can just stun lock the Cyber. So initially this part had way more Cacodemons and Pain Elementals, but it was just a slog. It was a nightmare. They would slowly bleed in, but by the time they arrived, they were not much of a threat. They kind of still aren't, to be honest. But at the very least, there's not as many of them, so it's just easier to clean them up. If I wasn't saving the mini Cacodemons for a different level, I probably would have introduced them here. This is probably like the best level to do so. But oh well. Hello, Knife Fiend. So a little skip here if you accidentally forget the switch, which is very easy to do actually. It's very easy to miss that one. I've done so on many occasions when trying to run this level.
Oh no!
Oh boy! STX Vile has raided. How was Shadow Warrior? I just already had that button. Alright, so this next encounter, a lot of people probably nod in agreement here. This next encounter is a bit mean. It's a bit mean-spirited, it's a little fucked up. Lots of little secret caches of ammo to make it a bit easier. Oh dear. Don't go this way. That's definitely the wrong way. So, if I remember rightly, in the original level design, the super shotgun was up here. And there was no soul sphere, but I decided to add one for free up there. Might not have been necessary because there's another one there. But oh well. I got the feeling a lot of people died of this next fight, so I'm not that bothered by it. Ow. Here they come. The fun runers. I didn't find either of the secrets. Right, so this secret I definitely put on the auto map. Because people couldn't find this for fucking ever. So I had to make it shown on the auto map just to help people out. And the other one's a little more obvious. I made it a bit obvious on purpose because of this fight in particular. People might want to save the invuln for that fight, grab it and then use it on that fight to make it easier. Originally, on one of the sketches I had for this, there was a secret that was going to be out there, and it was going to give you the BFG. It's going to be kind of difficult to get to, and you can get yourself access to a BFG on this level, but because of the weapon we're about to get, I decided against doing that. Speaking of, it was time for the best thing that TQC actually has. Let's give special thanks to Pitcha. If it wasn't for Pitcha's criticism on the crossbow, it wouldn't be as insane as it is. Also, this cell pickup here. Or, wait, hold on, is it the other one? Okay, it must be fixed. I must have figured out how to fix it. There was a bug for a while, and I couldn't figure it out. I don't know what I did to fix it, or maybe DSDA fixed it with the latest version. But I think this ammo pickup, even though it is one ammo pickup, would give me 200 mana And I couldn't figure out why. It was driving me insane because there was not two stacked on top of each other. It was just one. But it kept giving me 200, I couldn't figure out why. Anyway, I think if I was to go back, I'd probably introduce this weapon a bit differently. I'd probably make it a bit more of a spectacle and probably give the player a lot more space, because there's not a whole lot of space here, and I feel like a lot of people die because they have no idea what this thing does. They get surrounded quite heavily and then they just get obliterated. And it doesn't feel good. So that's probably what I would change, but since I already know what it does... Crossbow is a very fun weapon. And again, if it wasn't for Petra calling it weak, it wouldn't be as good as it is. Now, I hadn't decided on the crossbow initially, but I did in fact decide on the chain gun and the projectile pistol initially. And so when it came to the idea of bringing in a plasma gun replacement, I had to think of something completely different because we already have essentially a different version of the plasma gun. And that's when I was thinking, hey, why don't we bring that really weak weapon that is weaker than it should be from Heretic and bring it into this game. They'd just keep in fighting. Yowza, that fucking hurt. Holy shit. These guys suck if you don't have a fucking rocket launcher. I'm actually trying to remember what the rocket launcher is in this level. Fucking hell, I'm getting decimated. Another thing, oh, it's up here, that's where it is. Another thing I'd plan on doing more with, but actually didn't do it. Then that didn't just happen. To the easiest dodge in history. Nice damage roll. So another thing I wanted to do more with was the flowing water thing. I wanted to do more like rapids sections. Again, there's so many things that were planned, but when we get to episode 4, I'll go into why half the shit never made it in. By the way, it is sort of a minor thing, but I did try to make sure that the ceiling height of this area here was slightly higher than the water in the previous level, to make sure there was some logic as to why the water is not overflowing from the previous level and leaking into here. That's the type of continuity shit that I think is very important to get correct, even though it doesn't matter and most people won't notice. Alright, time for everybody's favourite secret. I really wish I nerfed this secret. This thing fucking sucks to get. This is a shit secret. It is very hard to reach. Yeah, I should have put it 1 down. Shouldn't have kept it that high up. I'm pretty sure the secret was not in the original release of this level, but I added it later because I felt there was not enough secrets on this level. And that was it. I think initially this area was optional and it was just to get a berserk, but then I decided to add progression to it and tie it to this, because otherwise the level's quite short, which is not a bad thing. But I wanted to give it a bit more length. Alrighty, the blue crystal. So there's no unique boss for this one, it's more of a unique fight. Now I don't think this fight is that bad, and I think a few people would probably agree that it isn't that bad. But I've seen some people really struggle on this level. Shouldn't have much left. Now we're good. So one thing I intentionally did for this level is the exit's over here. And you can actually rocket jump over there quite easily. I think I put it on my sheet of things I wanted to add at least one of to this entire set, and a rocket jump to the exit was one of them. And I decided to do it here. So you can basically skip the entire fight and never have to do it by just rocket jumping over. So this secret used to just be you just hit that and then you would be allowed to go through, but it was actually really obvious that that's what you had to do, because most people actually assumed that's what you were supposed to do. So you'd walk up here, hit it, and then just find a full secret. Now it's been changed to this button, and I'm actually glad that a lot of people don't see it immediately. It's a lot more well hidden than it used to be. Get some funky stairs. Every so often I like building the funky stairs. Sometimes it really annoys Mehdi when I fuck up the textures. I was gonna fuck up the textures on this one deliberately, but it just looked really ugly, so I never did. So the trick to this is to just kill him as quick as you can. Now, this used to be actually significantly harder. There used to be pain elementals in here. Like, 3 of them, 4 of them. And they would completely fuck you in this area. If I was really tempted to keep them in, but it was really fucking over a lot of people. A lot of people were not enjoying it. And again, this is supposed to be aimed towards the more casual audience, so I decided I just got fucking wombo comboed and one rocket into another. That was beautiful. So I decided against putting in the pain elementals. I think they're there in multiplayer though. One thing that actually kind of bugs me sometimes whenever I'm watching people go through this is they do this, they hit the button, and then they're just like, alright, bye. Oh, hey, that's open now, I'm gonna just leave. Goodbye. And then they just completely miss everything that happens in here. They just don't notice that the entire area is sinking. Alright, so this one segment here, this one portion here is probably the most controversial thing in this entire WOD. This is what made people think that this is probably this map set's Borderlands moment. You know, people were like, was Borderlands 2 a fluke? And everything else they've ever done is shit? It's kind of like me and my map set. It's like, was the Lost Magic a fucking fluke and Vorteil just doesn't know how to make maps? So the issue people have with this is they actually don't know where to go from this point. And they end up just running around in circles, going over and over again, trying to figure out where progression is. And that is 100% on me. On my to-do list, this section was meant to get fixed. There was one of 3 things I could do. One of them was lowering the ceiling so that the player's only option would be to jump this way. Another idea would be once you jump down this way, a platform here would raise. And another one was to add an exit sign here to let the player know it was an exit. I did none of those 3 things. And so players had a habit of just running in circles and having no idea where to go. And there's not really anything that assuming about this location. Nice rocket jump. But yeah, you come in here and then this is where the exit actually is. And when people realize that this is the exit, some people get really mad because they're like, what the fuck? How the fuck was I meant to know that? And I know people say that Vorteil never misses, but man, Vorteil, you really missed with this one. But anyway, do you know what people love in level design? They love linear Doom level design. That's their favorite type of Doom level design. Why don't we have an entire episode that is just a fucking linear hallway? And the thing is with this episode is that I never intended it to be as linear as it is, and I actually didn't notice it was as linear as it is until way after it had been released. But episode 3 is quite linear with the exception of map 14. Otherwise, it's mostly just running in a straight line. Now, I like it visually, but yeah, most of the next set of levels are just in a straight line to the exit. And I think it was more focused on just prettying things up that made me just not realize. Are there no torches in here? Wait. Oh wait, no, there's never any crystals in here. I forgot. Haha. I thought I'd forgotten something. I thought the crystals were already here. No, the crystals aren't here yet. So yeah, if you actually go back through, you can see this. It's been flooded, so you can't go back. The rocks have also conveniently fallen, so you can't go back. But you can at least have a look at the beginning again. But again, you can't do that with the red zone. The red zone's the only place you can't go back into. Ever. So you can assume it's deleted forever. That's because it is. Alright. Anyway, city level. Although it's linear, and it is, like, very, very linear, I do enjoy this episode still. There's a lot of cute ideas in here, at least to keep it from being completely bland. Such as sewer pizza. And I don't mean sour pizza, I know I'm Scottish, so you might have thought I said sour pizza, but no, sewer pizza. Also these things, which are coming to play later on. Yeah, it was fun to build these levels as linear as they are. I'm going to stop saying linear now. But I like city levels. I think city levels are fun. I had a lot of not screenshots, because that's not what they're called in real life, Vorteil. I had a lot of photographs of like cities and alleyways and stuff to build stuff and make sure everything looked how I wanted it to. Also, here comes the reintroduction of everybody's favorite Valiant enemy. So I never got a great use out of the suicide bombers. I'm a little miffed at that. They're not the least used custom enemy, but... The problem with the suicide bombers in general is... You don't want to use them for cheap shots, at least not too often. Because they do such high damage. You're pretty much killing the player if they catch them off guard, or being very close to killing the player if they catch them off guard. There used to be a lot more really sneaky locations. Like, there used to be one here, for example. There used to be a sneaky one in there. I believe there was one in here as well. It's never a demon. But they're just not fun to just be like, okay, so that means for the rest of the map set, I need to be extremely careful the entire time, poking around every corner, opening a door and backing up. It's just annoying, so... There was definitely a lot of rearrangement of the suicide bombers as a result. There's only a couple of areas where they can still catch you up. In fact, I think there's actually one, which was put as in as a dick move, but it's the final level. So... I'm letting myself having one for free. Although the final level has its own issues, and perhaps adding a bullshit suicide bomber just compounds the whole map. Now, if I actually made the suicide bombers the same way they were done in Jam, in that there was a delay before they exploded, I could probably make them more sneaky. But as they are, they just don't work behind doors and shit. It just feels unfair. This part used to be, like, really easy. There's a lot of enemies out there, but you could just camp in here. There's plenty of ammo, plenty of space, and you'd be fine. But now we've got multiple doors opening up, which means you just can't sit in here and fall asleep. Plus, I want the player to go outside anyway, because you get a rocket launcher, which makes life a lot fucking easier. Oh, so a small thing I might have changed, actually, is this button, this exit button. I think a lot of people assume that this isn't actually the exit, and that opens and takes you to the exit, but that's just straight up the exit. Night in the Museum. I've never actually seen that movie. Now, I remember this level quite clearly. This level was the start of problems for me in terms of level design. Because this was a level that I got quite a bit of the way through. And for the first time ever, and I do mean ever, because this has never really happened to me, but Doom Builder crashed. And in a rather uncharacteristic move, I hadn't saved for like an hour and a half. So I lost a shitload of progress on this map initially. And it's a tad annoying because I do save fairly frequently. I hit Control S out of habit just for this exact reason. But the one time I don't do it, and it slips my mind. Fucking Doom Builder crashes and I have to rebuild most of this all over again. And the thing was, is that by the time this map was being made, I already felt like I was behind schedule. So that was just another level of frustration added on top of it. So my morale was running a little low at this point. And I was starting to second guess if this thing was even going to be worth finishing. I don't know why I never made that a shoot switch, as well as a door. Both could have functioned. Especially given a later level we're going to get to. I suppose this isn't that linear in comparison. You just sort of have to figure out where you're going in order to actually progress here. Chain gun is still hiding there. We turn all the power on. So I think this, the demon closet here was another one of these last minute addition things. Again, I did notice this level set was rather linear. So I think I added this trap on purpose because you had no reason to keep being pushed forward. Alright, now it's time for the treasure room. So we have the massive amulet of defense that you absolutely cannot wear around your neck. We can just assume the people from the RuneScape world are fucking huge. That's just a simple tablet. This is somewhat of a hint. This dumb sector sphinx, by the way. I kind of love this dumb sector sphinx. But yeah, this was somewhat of a hint to potentially future events that there is going to be an Egyptian world, and there is. This scene right here, I think, is probably I probably just pulled this from a Serious Sam level, which is probably also pulled from actual ancient Egyptian culture. But here's the ultimate hint: is the Sector Blue Eyes White Dragon. I think it was Medi, actually, that brought up the idea of doing this. I think he was playing Forbidden Memories at the time. And I was doing Egyptian-themed things, and I think I might have even asked chat what could I even add. And Medi brought up Blue Eyes White Dragon. And I wasn't going to initially, but then I was just like, nah, fuck it. We're gonna add it. Also, this is the best I could do, because this is using 1 pixel grid. I can't get smaller than that without going in the GZ Doom. So this is as small as it can be. And it kind of looks like it, but also obviously doesn't. It looks really silly, but given the grid space I have to work with, I'm actually more than proud of what this is. This is probably the best thing in this episode. I'm gonna be honest. Alright, now it's time for a weapon that's actually really powerful, but it's difficult to tell that it is. The gauntlets actually do a shitload of damage. But only if you have ammo. Or mana, I should say. And it's kind of difficult to tell that it's doing much. But it also has a longer reach than a chainsaw, so you can actually keep a fair distance. And then just delete people with it. Now when it's 0 ammo, it's slightly stronger than a chainsaw, but it's you know, it's still chainsaw tier at that point. The other issue is that if you have the gauntlets and you have the crossbow, you're using the fucking crossbow. Like, you're never not using the crossbow. The crossbow is too fucking good. If anybody's curious about the BFG, the BFG is still useful along with the crossbow because the BFG actually files 2 sets of tracers and not just 1. So the BFG is technically doing double damage. But there's a lot of situations where it's better using the crossbow. Speaking of, I love this secret. I love watching people having no idea, and I think I was watching Flame Dragon doing testing of this, and he was looking at all these, and he was staring at this. Because he saw Anubis was on it. He was just staring at it. And he just didn't see that it was sitting right there. He was just staring at the Anubis thing, and then went off to do other things, and I had no idea. It was just hidden in plain sight. Whoa, I actually had that guy. Holy shit. Didn't expect that guy to die. Well, we become familiar with this room. Because when we come to visit this room again much later, I feel like this room is like the hardest room in the entire set for me to actually beat. I get my fucking ass kicked in here all the goddamn time. So that's absurd damage at point blank. That is actually kind of crazy. Alright, now this whole going to the future thing, the green crystal was always established as the time travel one, quote unquote, because of the lost magic. So I wanted to do a little bit of a time travel moment in this set. Somewhere. She said, what? Yeah, we get one more go through the city. More spooky eyes. I think we'll take the long-winded secret. May as well get it now. This is definitely like some sort of like throwback to whatchamacallit? Mountain Pain? That's Mountain Pain. Also, that's not the only way to get the SSG. There is a teleporter here if you here if you fall in. And that's how you get the SSG. You do get another SSG later, but if you were looking for it early, that's how you get it early. Alright. Let's get the big boy. And that accidentally hit by both of those. Yeah, Cyber's too busy over there. I need him to come over here. Make my life a bit easier. Holy shit, that was close. One of my favorite type of cyber demons is the sudden cyber demons. You think everything's fine, nothing's gonna go wrong, you turn a corner and then whoa, there's a cyber just right there. Scare the shit out of you. That one's very effective at scaring the shit out of you. Ooh, that was close. Alright, so this secret... Did I put it on the... I didn't even put it on the... Well, I put a line on the auto map, I guess, but, like... I should have probably made this a bit more obvious. The secret takes people forever to find. Even I forget it's in the set sometimes. Alright, and then we go through and we're now in the future. The music changed to go with it. So yeah, it is implied that the this is the same street that we just went through initially. Are we doing a bit here, Lilith Moon, that I'm unaware of? Anyway, if SpongeBob's taught me anything, it's that the future is chrome. So, going forward, everything is shiny and chrome. You're a bit high, okay. That makes sense then. This is actually quite a big secret. There's a lot in here. It's kind of difficult to see though. It's like those little knobs in the wall. Alright, this effect out here took so long to do. Also, little mini fact, a little mini factoid. The sky that's used here is the same sky that's used in the intermission screen on the Lost Magic. I like that that dude survived. That was actually quite impressive that he did that. I'm not even gonna be mad about that, to be honest. Right. This fight's a little rough. People struggle on this a bit. There's a lot that goes on in here. I actually think it was harder originally as well. Especially difficult, you don't have a crossbow. If you run out of ammo for it, good luck. Yeah, I think it was harder initially, but I think I nerfed a bit of it. Because people were dying here a lot. It's not that big a deal if you know what's in here, but if you come in here the first time and have no idea, you're probably going to get pounded. Also, this outdoor area took me so long to do. I could have made it simple, but I really decided, nah, I want to make it as complicated as possible for no good reason. There's nothing in here. What could possibly go wrong? Surprise, Archvile. That's the best outcome you could ever hope for. That chain gunner being aggressive immediately is the best thing you could ask for. Alright, so this next level has a lot of lore actually connected with like this entire set. I wanted to have a sort of weird virtual reality world at some point in this set. And we're doing it here. Because again, I'm trying to make connections to Jam. So technically speaking, in terms of chronological order, Jam would be after this game, but... I did work on this fairly quickly, I will say. I wish I could go back and add more things to it, but I think it's fine as is. Also, yes, this is an intentional throwback to Entryway. I was going for with this one. Now, I don't know if I actually released the version that had the dumb music in it. There was a really, really cool track from Unreal Tournament that I used for this level. And outside of Doom, it sounded just fine. But for some reason, I don't know if it's just the MIDI player inside Doom, but it really fucked some of the instruments when it was when the music track actually played inside Doom itself, and it sounded really bad. It sounded horrendous. And kind of funny, actually, because the thing is that the dumb part of it didn't really show up until like 4 minutes 30 seconds through the fucking track, so I never really noticed it initially. I thought it was fine. Also, these Kingdom Hearts stores. Did I didn't, did I? I didn't. I did it again. I didn't restart the level from scratch. I keep accidentally doing this. I gotta stop. I'm supposed to be starting from the beginning. This platforming section used to be a lot harder to do. Another thing that had to get nerfed. It used to be really tight before to get up into that platform. I like this secret. I think the secret's cute. It's a little subtle. But this one wall has that weird up arrow texture, which is the hint that if you smash that, you can go back and get that. This level is very bright. Ah, the floating cubes. I think this is another Pecha teaching me how to do something. Yeah, these cubes on the outside are very subtly floating up and down. All at different speeds. And if you're curious as to how it's done, there's a sector over here. And the textures are moving up and down based on a crusher that is moving up and down. I can't remember what line def action it is, but yeah, the crusher's moving these up and down and making them have a nice little float effect. It's kind of neat. Pecha told me how to do that one. Pecha was a godsend, helping me in many different ways. He fixed the crossbow by telling me it was shit. Open the Kingdom Hearts store. Alright, so I don't know why at one point in my mind I was like, I want the chasm. I do wonder if we were having a conversation about the chasm when we got here, and that's when I decided I was going to make this part. I think most people would probably agree that I probably shouldn't have put it in, but I don't care. But like, people are fine right up until here. And then they panic. They don't know how to play the video game anymore. And they usually end up dead to the kamikazes at that point. I probably should have put a border around that switch. It's quite difficult to see. That may actually be why a lot of people don't press it. Also, much like the Lost Magic, every map in this was doodled in a separate file before actually being put into Doom Builder. The file size for this one is actually kind of big. It's I think it's like 18K by 18K or some shit in terms of dimensions. It's pretty big. I definitely have to shrink it if I wanted to show it on stream, which I could do at some point soon. Alright, time for the double archie. I shouldn't have this actually, so let's not cheat. Oh yeah, I forgot about the rocket launcher. So yeah, by this point, I think the fatigue was starting to kick in terms of level designing, which is rough because we're not even halfway through. And I'm already feeling exhausted and feeling like I can't do this anymore. Last time that, like, when I was doing the Lost Magic, that didn't really kick in until, like, the, mid-20s when I was deciding, oh man, I think it was Baron's Fortress was when I started to feel a bit exhausted from mapping. Doesn't help the morale get kicked in the balls when my map got deleted. Alright, so if I could, I would change this secret. Oh god. Because the Megasphere is a bit weird. You get the Megasphere at the end of the level once everything's done and dusted, which is a little redundant, I have to say. It's only useful if you're playing continuous. I don't know if this Pain Elemental just dodged the monster block line that was there specifically to stop it from going that far away. I'm actually thinking it did, somehow. So this segment was actually based off of an idea I had on a completely different map set that I worked on in like 2013. It never saw the light of day, but it is just way easier. As long as you're always moving, you don't have to worry about it, you're never gonna get sniped. Although a lesson I learned from that specific thing I did on that map is that if you're telefragging the cyber demons, you can very easily snipe you from across the map as you're telefragging them. I remember Flame Dragon, when he was testing that map in particular, he telefragged the cyber demon and then sat there and had no idea what the fuck happened, and then just got obliterated. I was like, dude, you suck at conveying things. And I was like, okay, yeah, I guess I am. So I put up the walls to make sure you can't get sniped in case you're really unsure what the fuck's going on. Now, I actually think you can make it to this area here if you can get up to this enemy and then rocket jump from the enemy over to there. I think that's actually possible to do. I think that's most likely a task-only strat. I haven't actually tested it, so somebody else can test it, but I put in some safety nets just in case the player does somehow skip this whole section. Alright, time for Free's favorite boss. It's a good thing I put a berserk here, huh? Ow. So by this point, I actually forgot that level 15 is going to be the secret level. And I know people would be looking for it. So I actually had no idea where the fuck I was going to hide it on this level. There's not a whole lot of places I could hide it. Oh, says a Ratnatron is quite mean. Sort of love him though. So I think I have my thing set up so I've only got like 8 sound channels, which is usually fine. But originally, if you have like 16 or more sound channels for this section when this lift lows, it is so fucking loud. And I didn't realize that was the case. I think I've got a limit of 8 sound channels, so it never really affected me. But basically every sector was lowering in this part, and it is the loudest thing in the world. So I went back and changed it, enjoyed a bunch of sectors, so that it's nowhere near as deafening. So it's now everybody's favourite upgraded Spider Mastermind, which, for the record, cannot infight, but it can damage its friends with the BFG shot. This fight is a cakewalk if you have the crossbow. But this is really easy if you have the crossbow. Motherfucker. God damn it. I didn't think I was going to shoot the Revenant. So if you do this with the crossbow, this fight is a cakewalk. If you find if the crossbow secret makes this the easiest fight in the world. But not having the crossbow actually does make this a little bit harder. Alright, we bring the crystal away, which was powering up the entire city, so the entire city goes into darkness. And that would be the regular exit that would put us back on track, but we don't want to go there. Now, the secret in here is a little harder to see now that everything's dark, but the first secret is over here, which is how you get the crossbow. It used to be you get stuck in here and there was no way out. Now, once you've done this whole area, turned off all the lights and shit, this area opens to reveal this area, this section here. Now we go into what is probably my favorite level in this set, actually. Okay. I think map 17 may be my favorite in terms of gameplay, but I really like how I did this level. There's one thing I can say I'm happy with, it is how the secret level turned out. This is not one for those who are easily spooked. Apparently Pecha nearly had a heart attack during this level, actually. If you're wondering, there's no loud jump scares. I hate loud jump scares. But there are some spooks in this level. Yeah, one thing I really like is anybody who's played The Lost Magic comes in here and they think something is weirdly familiar about this level. If anybody's unaware, this is map 16 from The Lost Magic. Except it's buried under the futuristic city now. Also, all the boxes have been removed, so you don't have to do your box puzzle anymore. That jump scare, that was not intended, by the way. That jump scare was not intended. I'm glad we found that so that I could patch it out. Fucking Zandronum has no sound limiter. That shit was terrifying. So if you're familiar, even the secret's been revealed. You're allowed to go into the secret and have a wander. So, yeah, it's been clipped. It's the most viewed clip on my channel, actually. It's the most popular clip. So you have a wander for a bit, you get spooked out, and then it's like, oh hey, this is open. Now, just if anybody's curious, I had no plans on this being what this level would turn into in the future. I just picked this level because I feel like it would be the best to do this because I'd had this section here. Yeah, this is the clip if you want to watch it. I would recommend you turn the volume really low down because at one point it's going to get very loud because like 20 sorcerers die at the same time and their sounds overlap and create the loudest thing of all time. But yeah, this hole was always here. And when I was making The Lost Magic, I was actually kind of tempted to put a secret in there, but I never did. And that was made me come back to this level and think, oh, I could probably reuse this idea I had originally to put a secret in here. I love this Spectre. It's my favorite Spectre ever. Because you don't fucking hear it. There's no sound, it just shows the fuck up. It does its job perfectly. Scares the shit out of people. But that's not the part that scared the shit out of Pecha. The part that scares the shit out of Pecha is this part. Because this son of a bitch also shows up with no audio. He's not here originally. As soon as you go over this line, that's when he pops in completely silently. For the record, those are the only 2 real spooks this level has. Or the only 3 real spooks, I suppose. The Cyberdemon still counts as one. But yeah, if you're lost for a while, you're basically encouraged to try to get out of the level. And this is how you get out. Now you can glide this, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it is possible to glide it. Yeah, this is the backside to map 16, which you really don't get a good look at until you're playing map 29, where you're on the ship and you get to see the backside of map 16. And that looks into that section there, which we'll get to in a moment. Which we actually need to restart the level if I want to do it. Which, I think we'll play this level again. I don't mind doing it again. I feel like I deserve the punishment of playing this level again in order to satiate General Rooster Rock, who really fucking hated what I did in TLM and probably hates what I did in TQC. I don't know if he's played it yet. But anyway, other chaos begins. You get introduced to a new enemy if this is the if you're picking this route. Okay, I suck apparently. Okay, so the sound here is a little annoying. I kind of wish we solved this prior. But it turns out that Deco Hack, in terms of audio priority, does it backwards, which is a little bit weird. Where 1 is a higher priority, not 128. So the reason the chain gun is so quiet in general is because the sound priority is actually too low. That was something that Napsom recently discovered and tried to rectify to no avail. Good, you infight him. So yeah, much like the Lost Magic, I just wanted a nice short arena that you could do relatively quickly at some point in the level. But the arena itself has a gimmick that needs to be done if you want to access the super secret level. It's not speed related this time, so nice one. Good job. Alright, so secrets in here, and then you come in here and you're like, oh hey, the yellow key is protected. So then people find that, and then it's like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess, which is, yep, the fuck you, I guess. You don't get to the secret level now. You fucked it. No secret level for you. Because you fired more than one shot. So, we're now on map 15. Which you could actually see map 16 from 15 and vice versa. And from here you can actually just see a little bit of map 14. Can't go into it, but you can see it. And so the intended exit for this level is the secret exit in the Lost Magic, which is this way. You have the red key so you can get into here. All the trees are gone. And you go into the Pride portal. That would take you down the normal route, but what we're going to do now is we're going to try to beat this with only firing one shot. This shot here is the only shot you fire. Now I know some people were like, that's unfair, I should be able to get through most of this pacifist without aggroing any of the enemies by not shooting a shot at all. Why would you put a wall there to aggro all the enemies? That's not fair. But the challenge would be gone. If you didn't have to fight the arena fight. Also, you can still max it, because once you get the yellow key, you can just fire like crazy and just kill everything, because you only need to not fire for the yellow key. So yeah, these dudes do a very good job of basically cleaning each other out. I do wish the Cyber would participate in the video game a little more. He's just sort of standing there. I have actually seen the Cyber die here, which sucks when it happens. It's very rare, but it does make getting through this a little bit more of a pain in the ass. There we go. Just hoping for that. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Cultist is still alive. Cyber, you are doing nothing today. I might need you to fucking play the game. Okay, I thought you'd be infighting something, I'm gonna be real. Okay, this cyber has now decided he's gonna be relentless. Bit late, buddy. Right, that should start infighting. You really want him to be infighting something to keep him occupied. The rest of these I can just basically get by running well enough. I say that, and I'm currently not doing that. There we go. Alright. Now, I think you're fine to fire in here. Nothing happens in here. And then we have the yellow key. And the archvile, I believe, is now killed. So we don't have to worry about that. And we can use this to go back. So when I max the level, we go all the way back around. And you can get the cyber to kill everything, and then kill the cyber at the end, and then you don't have to backtrack like this. Wow, we took no damage that fight. Well done. So everything's fine. Yep, and the only two enemies left are the Spectre and the Mancubus. The Spectre never leaves this area. I made sure that that was the case, so that if you're UV maxing it, you know where he is. Because if you just left him and he was able to get out, you'd have no idea where the fuck he was. You'd be looking for him for ages. Alright, with the yellow key, we can now open up which was the original exit for map 16. And take a long trip into map 17. Secret has nothing in it, just wanted to double check. Which is where the Mother Crystal was. I still think this is a fun Icon of Sin map. Disagree all you want. I still enjoy this map. And if anybody remembers the Lost Magic, you could see this opening here, but they couldn't access it because as soon as this level began, you sank into the ground. So now you actually get to go in. I do sort of like this level and the way it sort of makes fun of the player, kind of the same way the Lost Magic did. And then people were like, "Holy shit, this level sucks! Why the fuck does this dude? Where does this dude get off thinking he can laugh at me and then make a map this dog shit? Like, how does this prove you're good at Doom? This doesn't prove anything." And I think this probably put some bad blood between me and a few people because of this dumb thing that I added. I mean, it's all supposed to be memes. I'm not serious at all. This is supposed to be a dumb level, the same way it was in the Found Magic. Sorry, the Lost Magic. We haven't got to the Found Magic yet. That'll happen at some point. Yeah, this is a big meme map. If you actually don't like the map, you can leave at any point. Like, there's no reward for beating this, other than the prestige that you beat it. So, you can just leave at any point if you're not for it. Alright, we'll start with this one first. This used to be a lot more subtle. This used to be like almost the same color as the red floor, but I had to make it more obvious because a lot of people had no idea what to do here. They kept trying to do skips. Like, people would try the neat rocket jump skip here. Which I got first try, by the way. You're not supposed to get that first try. Well, that was bad. That was an accident. Also, is that a texture misalignment? Oh shit, it is. Wow. I didn't even notice that. What a hack. And you're not supposed to do what I just did, but I did it. There was meant to be a stop in place, but apparently it didn't activate. Yeah, the way you do this is you have to walk across the edge. If you actually step in the hot sauce, you will die instantly. So what I do is I shrink the HUD down. It makes it a lot easier to see. Well, since I took a bunch of damage, I might want to just get the Megasphere on this one. So there is a huge skip on this level to avoid the green zone if you don't like it. And it involves using the Arch Veil to jump on the Arrow Bounds and then get launched over to that switch. That didn't go well. But I won't do the skip. I think people will probably prefer I didn't do the skip and actually do this part properly. This is like the rare instance where you want to use a shotgun as much as possible. I may have been too little, too late. Oh, we made it. We're good. This blue one's actually not too bad. I was initially going to nerf this, and then Flame Dragon accidentally did it in like his third try. And given that Flame Dragon is not the best at Doom and does not have the best Doom movement, the fact that he could do it on his like third try and I can't even do it, I can't even do it at all, it seems. Yeah, I can't do it at all. Flame Dragon is actually better at Doom than I am. Yep, he's literally better than I am at Doom. There we go. So now we get introduced to an enemy we haven't seen before. It's an enemy that's barely fucking used, actually. Which is kind of funny. This is very no thought head empty room. The challenge to that room is just not dying, essentially. Oh, get one shot, wow. Cyber is very hyper-focused on me. I'd rather he wasn't, but I keep accidentally hitting him. So, in terms of getting the par time, this is probably the hardest par time to do. You do need this really quickly. Alright, so much like the Found Magic, we have the names of the people that subscribed and gave gift subs during the whole NaNoWriMo segment. Which actually probably added to the stress, unironically. Because it's like, well, I need to finish it now, because people just gave fucking money on the stream. I'd feel bad if I just killed the NaNoWriMo. Anyway, Deetsaw and Master Many were having a competition to see who would like give the most subs. And then I think on day 1, Medi gave 50 subs. So, Medi gets a huge fucking waddle himself. And like, Deetsaw surrendered immediately to the 50 give subs, which was fucking insane. To make sure Deetsaw knows this place. It was a hell of a beatdown. Did stand a chance. Yeah, that 330 time is actually quite difficult to get through normal gameplay. But now we go back to normal levels. Yep, Desert Treasure is indeed a RuneScape reference. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. I was trying to think of level names, and RuneScape was on the mind at the time because the next league was coming out, so I was like, ah, fuck it, we're going to call it Desert Treasure. This is when you begin to think, in terms of lore, something weird is going on, and making weird references to very strange things. Now we only need 2 more crystals to complete the collection. Alright, episode 4. For a lot of people, this is their favorite, actually. And it's funny because I was very sick when making this episode. So not only was morale a bit on the lower side, but I was actually not feeling too well. Zombie Man's doing work right now. Oh, this is another video game track as well. There's Donkey Kong Country, and then there was Castlevania 60, Castlevania 4? I think it's 4. I don't think it's 64. Unless it is 4. Turn around my brain, actually. Ow, well done. So I had an idea that I thankfully did not use. And it was going to be, like, somewhat of a heat mechanic. Similar to what was done in Better Dreams, that if you were out in the sky, the heat was too hot and you would burn and it would be like a damaging floor. But I did decide against that. I don't think it would have been that bad if I did, but then level 19 would have actually been completely fucked, so... Kinda glad I didn't go with it. Also, we were supposed to meet the new Cackle Demons. Alright, so this location has a little bit of a history, actually. Ow. So there might be a few people in the chat that might remember the Triangulum project. Probably like 6 to 7 months, probably longer than that, before this set was even worked on. I had planned to use the Ancient Aliens textures to create a short little single map adventure. But during its production, Ultimate Doom Builder was giving me a bit of grief. So I decided to do an uninstall and reinstall to see if we could fix the issue. The good news is that it did. The bad news is that when you uninstall Doom Builder, it deletes everything in the Doom Builder folder, including everything you've been working on. And by delete, I don't mean put in the recycle bin, I mean completely delete from existence. And the Triangulum project and some of Jam was actually in that folder when I uninstalled Doom Builder. So I lost 100% of Triangulum, and I could not get it back. It was gone forever. And so the beginning of this level, this entire segment here, is based very much on the old beginning to Triangulum, which was the puzzle that involves pushing the switches to open the door. They're both timed, you have to get in as quick as you can. The best way to do it is to actually do the green one first. The green one's the more complicated one to try to climb up and do, so you do the green one, jump to the red one. It's easy enough to time to get inside, but there is a secret inside. If you can hit both switches and get deep inside the structure, which we'll see in a moment. See, I should be able to get it first try, surely. Not if I do that. Here we go. See, this secret here was also in Triangulum, but unfortunately, I'll never see the light of day. It is gone from existence. It'll never come back. Yes, some people might remember me working on it, because I was planning on making the whole thing on stream. But, unfortunately, it shall never be. Symmetrical level design. This part going forward, though, this is all new. This was not part of Triangulum. Initially, you were meant to get through the door puzzle at the beginning, and then you would get the portals to the worlds you wanted to enter. But I just wanted to recycle the door puzzle thing from Triangulum. Remember, it's not copy-pasted from Triangulum, because Triangulum's been deleted. I just had to try to recreate it in my mind. It's actually kind of crazy how effective this one pain elemental is in this section. There's technically two, but the other one's not doing anything. I don't think Deetsaw had any. Or future... What? Oh, shit. I think I've misread that message, because the message has been miswritten. This part's a little mean. Where the fuck were you? That was kind of dickish. Oh my god, what a hiding place. Well done. And this part is a little dickish. It's a little rough. But I do want to ensure that we're actually ramping shit up now. So far I haven't seen anybody quit at this part. Also, I think, I may be wrong on this, but I think for this episode, and only this episode, every exit has a cultist in it. I think it was just a rule I added that I was going to put on every single one of these. Temple of God. Alright, so this is my favourite level. This is a rather open level where you can take multiple routes in order to actually beat it. It is one of those constant chaos where you try to find your resources levels. Which is one of my favourite type of levels, for the record. Oops. I'm dead. It's a slow crusher, fuck. That barely caught me as well. I really wish I made more levels akin to this one. Ones that have multiple routes and multiple openings. Again, morale was low, so I really don't know how the fuck I made a level like this. Given some of the other levels that were made in this. Can you open this from the back? You can, okay. Whoa! Forgot you were there. So we don't have access to that yet because we need the switch. So I will say one thing that's a little mean is this. I probably would change this so this didn't activate as soon, but... if you pick the wrong route and you decide to go to that section early, which is very easy enough to do... you get trapped by that archvile and then you're like, oh shit, what the fuck do I do? And then there's another one that's also there. It's a bit of a mean trap. I'd probably have the archviles be deaf or something and hiding elsewhere, maybe. I know we're ramping up, but yeah, if you press the starting this and you go the wrong way, you're gonna get absolutely decimated in here. Thankfully though, I knew it was coming, so we're fine. So the red door is over there, but you actually can skip this section. I kind of don't recommend it though. Well, should be fine, but I'm having a hard time with it. There we go. Also, I think this is the first instance where the sorcerer comes back into the game. Yep. This is the reason I don't recommend it, but, I mean, this works, I guess. So, I knew that was a trick that could happen. So I decided to make sure that if you actually do get in here early, you do not need a key to open that door, you can just open it from the other side. Give the speedrunners a little something. Nice shot, well done. Would have hit absolutely nothing with that one. Good drop Revenant, just annihilating that zombie man. You tried. I like this room. It's not that difficult to get through, but it's fun. As I think it is. Oh, I'm out of, oh shit. I'm out of rockets and jewels. Damn, I perfectly timed the first one, but not the second one. I'm dead. Damn it. Got absolutely bamboozled by both both archvils there. Should really be using this to see if I can stun them. Another one sitting at the exit. So I saw someone throw a projectile at me. Oh, it was the Baron of Hell up there. And I forgot it's still waiting for me to kill it. Where's the second secret? Is this the first secret I've forgotten the location of? No, it isn't. There we go. Found it. Okay, it's over here. The difference is just the wall texture. There we go. I was gonna do this at the beginning and then kind of forgot and lost track. Alright, I like this level as well. It's not that difficult and it's a little bit wide open, but I think I kind of like it visually. It is very vast. I kind of like the idea of the constant threat of a cyber demon that can snipe you at basically any point. Which you can use to your advantage if you wish. I might do right. Oh, damn. Maybe I can't. Okay, they're all fucking there. I think it's time to use a teleport to get out. I missed the SSG. I kind of need it. Fucking don't even know what hit me. Genuinely don't know what hit me there. Let's see, where the hell's that guy? This is a lot more chaotic than I remember it being. Kind of crazy how I would go on and do a worse version of this concept later. This fight also got a little bit of a nerf. There was a lot more chain gunners and a couple more revenants, and honestly the pain elementals did the most of the work originally. The main reason it's actually difficult is the lack of weaponry you have if you're pistol starting. If you're wondering why I didn't run out of the room, the exits actually get blocked initially. Although I think if you're quick enough, you can simply unblock the exits. So I think this is the highest monster count so far. can't remember what the highest monster count is. It might be map 21? 22? I shall find out. 310 seems to be the highest I've seen so far, though. Ah yes, the classic tedious Hellblower grind. One thing I kind of like about this is that I believe the mini Cacodemons are actually slightly lower than the Cyber Demon, so you can't actually try to line it up so that the mini Cacodemons infight the Cyber Demon. Yes, I know a couple of people might know what I'm about to mention. I'll mention it in a second, don't worry. So yeah, there is an Among Us rock. I actually specifically highlighted it, that it was there. It wasn't originally intended, I can assure you, but it happened. I like that I set that crusher up to kill all the imps, and nobody uses it because nobody knows it exists. Because why would you? So they just rocket all the imps. And maybe it'd be better making them all Hell Knights so that they would just be ignored. But then I worry that players are going to start trying to kill like 20 Hell Knights. So yeah, if you just ignore the imps and just go for this, the imps get crushed. You don't have to worry about them anymore. But I probably should have made them a stronger enemy because there's no need for it. Oh, I think this Berserk was actually a last minute addition, which explains why these windows are so square. Alright. The fun fight. You can easily use the cyber to your advantage here as well. This was another fight that got somewhat nerfed. This was very difficult initially. Maybe I should have put it back, to be honest. It's easy enough to circle straight, but there used to be a lot more demons in that fight. So maybe I should have brought it back. Maybe what happened is I nerfed it and then I gave the player the crossbow. Because I don't think this level had the crossbow initially. And then I didn't realize that it had softened the level too much by having the crossbow and less demons. Especially given that this fight is quite a bit harder in comparison. I got fucked there. Something just did 1,000,000 damage to me at the beginning of the fight. Fuck you, Spectre. I thought you were dead, dude. I'm actually surprised you have health left. And so much of it. Oh, that fate still kicks my ass, apparently. Anyway, you don't have to actually go for this BFG. You can just ignore it. Because the cyber even never needs to die, but if you want to kill the cyber, have an easier time doing so. Just made no attempt, man. Just did not even give a shit. But if that fight is a bit on the spacey side, you can alleviate it a little bit with this secret here. So we got another nice little invuln secret. Well, in saying that, getting back there is going to be kind of rough, so you kind of want to use it elsewhere, I think. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get back in time, I don't think. And it's an invuln, you need to use it earlier. Another cultist at the exit. Maybe I should have put in another teleporter at some point so that invuln can get a better use. The Great Pyramid. Another attempt at a city level, essentially. I wanted to make an Egyptian city level. So using this guy here to demonstrate what these things do. They don't do any damage, but they suck you into the middle. And they slow you down. I didn't get much use out of them, to be fair. I was actually going to use them on the final level, and I kind of forgot. I forgot so many things. Again, don't forget, I was sick at this point. I think we were slightly recovering by this point. The cutout of the plasma gun is a pain in the ass, and I wish I could change it. Oh, come on. Right, let's rewind it so we don't go in there, because that is a lot of damage going out, and I am not ready for it, apparently. I think I was going to make a lot of the buildings different sizes, at least visually. But I only did it with one structure, and it's this one here. The rest of them are all the same size. Just very tall. Like, unfortunately, the illusion breaks on the other building. If you just get close enough to it, you would notice that it's there. Especially go really far back. It's very easy to see. Doesn't look good. But most people don't seem to notice, so it's fine. Ow. A nice snipe. We don't have the rocket launcher yet. Can we get it in here? Question mark? No. Oh, it's much later. Alright. Instead of the crossbow, this isn't actually too bad a section. Without the crossbow, it's quite rough. However, I've actually come to find that the hole in the middle that you kind of want to stay away from, actually one of the better places to be. Which is kind of funny. Because of where the enemies are positioned, they can get in an infight quite easily, and it's not too difficult to dodge in the sandpit. Not my intention, but it just happened that way. Egypt is my fave magic. Hello, Mike. Oh dear. I actually forgot these two were here. Alright, grab the red key, and then we can go grab our assistant to clear this up for us so we don't have to fight it. Fucking okay, what happened there, Vortail? My god. That movement was utter garbage. Not only did the cyber just stop infighting, but just could not go the right way. He's in here now. Why is he in here? Oh my god. Holy shit. Cyber is... Cyber... Okay. I suppose that's my fault. I'm living a little bit dangerously, I will admit. There's a Hell Knight in there. How the fuck did he survive? Oh, I forgot about that secret over there. Cyber should still be there. Yep, there he is. So the Hell Knight up to this late to the party. There's no real hint to this secret other than the fact that you can see it from out here. That's the only real hint. Alright, let's start the chaos. Start the Serious Sam fight. Not really, it's not really that Serious Sam-esque. Well, now it is. This fight's not too bad, isn't it? There is plenty of space. That's the main reason the Archviles are here, actually. But the Archviles are easy enough to deal with. Especially if you've left his cyber alive. Kinda just cheese it that way. The cyber being left alive throughout the whole level just kind of trivializes a lot of this. Cyber does so much heavy lifting. Fucking G. Okay, Fortail is losing his mind now. I think I may have to take a break after this episode. I am playing like ass again. Right, one of them is a Hell Knight that's somehow in the building. Oh, and you're the other one. Unless he got out. Nope, still in here. I don't know, I think the vast majority of episode 4 is enjoyable. Beat the part-time by quite a bit, actually. I must have really nerfed these part-times more than I thought I did. Maybe I added a minute or something to the part-times after I did my final time. This is another map that I nerfed, as well as removed the Spider Mastermind at the end. One, because the Spider Mastermind wasn't adding anything. So, originally, I was going to do the super fucked up thing. And Archfiles were going to revive Archfiles. Which is actually the reason there's a dead Archfile here at the beginning. This is going to be the introduction to the concept. However, I decided against it in the long run. I think a lot of people probably think it was for the greater good. It's more just because of this next fight being as difficult as it is. But the other thing is, I was behind schedule, but by quite a bit actually. We were kind of running low on time in terms of Wadmo. We're only 20 maps in. And the next map was a bit of a space ball, so removing the ability to have Archfiles revive other Archfiles, I just decided against doing it. I will do this fight without using that, actually. That is absolutely doable without the BFG. That's like the freest secret in the world. I really probably should have made that a bit harder to find. But oh well. Live and learn. So yeah, initially this began to snowball out of control when they could revive each other. Like, really badly snowball out of control. This became the hardest boss, and it wasn't even fucking close. Like, this was harder than anything I'd actually done. And so, rather than try to strain my brain to think of a way to nerf this and balance this in a way around Archfiles reviving each other, I just kind of left it as is. And did not give them the ability. I'm going to die. I even added teleportals to make life easier. To dodge all the Archfiles. Holy shit, nicely done. But it just became too much. It became too overwhelming. And again, we are appealing to the more casual crowd, and I knew for a fact that they would not be able to handle it. The casual crowd can barely handle Archfiles as it is. They lose their mind as soon as they see one. Just imagine what would happen if they could revive each other. So maybe in the future we'll make a fucked up set. Okay, the Spider Mastermind used to be in here and I decided, ah, fuck it, you know what, you want to just kill a bunch of Archfiles for free? How do you... Am I just too fat? How did I not fit back in here? Like, the original enemy that was in here was a spider mastermind, but it didn't do anything. You could easily walk around it and stun it with a shotgun. Although saying that, it does make doing this level pacifist quite a bit harder. And by that I mean I don't even think it's fucking possible, I'm gonna be honest. It might be. Anyway, now we bring in the yellow crystal. We're starting to build our Final Fantasy Mystic Quest Memoriam. Alright, so we're level 20. 21? Yes, 21. I think this would be a good time for a break before we deal with the remaining set of maps. Because the next maps are kind of they're a bit heavier, a bit spicier. And I also want to drink. I also want to check on that mini emergency that happened at the beginning of the stream to make sure everything's okay. So, next episode is the Snowland. This was a nice section was always planned. I actually really like ice sections video games, so I was always going to do this. And again, if I didn't up some's rain code, I was able to reconfigure it and just make snow. Very easy enough to do. But anyway, I will do a quick BRB. I'm going to get myself a drink and check up on things. Also, I think the animals are going to want fed in a minute. So, I will play the ads. I'll be back in 5 or so minutes. If you don't have ad blocker, get fucking ad blocker. I'm just advertising every goddamn time I'm doing this. This is just to get rid of pre-rolls. Because Twitch gives you one of two options and neither of them are good. But this is the least annoying. Yeah. Get ad blocker or just mute the stream for like 3 minutes. Exactly 3 minutes. But I'll be right back. For a minute there, I thought Twitch automatically played ads on my behalf. The icon blinked for a second. I was a bit worried that it just started playing ads again. I actually don't know how long the pre-rolls can be, or turned off rather. So if I just start the stream and play 9 minutes of ads and have it off for 3 hours. Anyway, so episode 5. So I think by this point I had a little bit of a morale boost because episode 4 turned out pretty well and made up for some lost time that had occurred as a result of me not feeling too great. So things were looking up. Unfortunately, some of the level design does not reflect that, but we'll get to that. So one thing I wanted to play around with a little bit was ice physics, but I didn't play around with it too much because I come to find that I actually don't like ice physics. Now this level has instant kill floors. If you fall down this hole, you're instantly dead, but I think in this instance it's fine because it seems kind of obvious you would die. It is a very long drop. The lava before was less obvious because, you know, you're so used to lava just doing damage. Also, you get a little peek into the next level from here. It is sort of nitpicky. I do sort of wish I gave more attention to the outside area and detailed it a bit better, but again, we're in Nanowadmo, we got shit to do, we ain't got time to detail. I believe this level didn't initially have an SSG, but I decided to put it in because Wendigos are quite beefy. Also, speaking of Wendigos, they barely got a fucking use, actually. They did need to be here in any capacity. I give them a chance anyway. But they're just kind of like Hell Knights with a slightly annoying projectile, and they explode on death. That's about it, really. They don't really offer much else to the table. And they don't really fit most themes because they're made of ice. So they never really got much of a use outside of this episode. I mean, it's not world-ending to do that. I'm actually fine with, like, an episode or a level having one idea and then moving on from it and not trying to shoehorn it in everywhere. But I do sort of wish I did something with the Wendigos to make them a little more universal. Because every other enemy is universal. So I was definitely on a vast landscape kick at this point in Nanowadmo. Oh yeah, this level doesn't have a chain gun unless you find it in the secret. This level is kind of rough if you don't find the chain gun, actually. The chain gun's just down here, isn't it? Yeah. Also, this level's kind of rough if you don't get the crossbow, and I've seen a lot of people just book it through and not realize there was a crossbow behind them. Though I don't think I would change anything about that. Yeah, Wendigos are more useful in like tighter corridors if they can get close to you. Because of their explosion. The explosion itself doesn't actually do a whole lot of damage. So I'd probably do this differently, because this switch here is for the elevator back up here. It seems a little awkward. I don't know if I would have just had this be a normal elevator. It almost makes it seem like this is progression. Oh, so yeah, there's two ways through this part. You can go this way. Which is the faster of the two. Okay, I thought he was still alive for a second. It's the faster of the two, and it lets you get him around the back. Also, if you're playing Tyson, here's your Berserk. Good luck getting through this part, Tyson, though. That's stuff for the Tyson game us to figure out, though. I believe there's one enemy at the end. Alrighty. Nice and short. Man, I've been really generous with these part-times. Holy shit. So yeah, I believe by here we were getting better. The illness was kind of gone. And we were ahead of schedule, but weirdly enough, I think it might have been this level and the next level where I ended up taking too long, and despite the morale boost, I ended up losing said morale boost pretty quickly. Somebody must have been playing with some undead monsters, but I think I would lose a full day on doing these next two levels and it would put me far behind again. Which sucks, because we had a nice lead. And I was feeling comfy. That may have been part of the issue. Feeling comfy is probably why I ended up wasting time. Forgot where I was going. Hey, that crossbow wasn't there before. Ow. Holy shit. That's the beginning. This... Did I buff this jump? I actually don't remember. I remember this jump being very hard. When I feel like it, Night Fiend, I think I've been over this several times. Can't remember, I think this is the last time I used the ice physics gimmick. I think it was at this point I just had the epiphany of, you know, I might as well just get rid of this idea. Actually, that's not true, because I think the last level has it as well. Alright, so then we grab a crossbow to make life a lot easier. I think I nerfed this part, and I actually don't remember why I did. I do not remember the reasoning behind nerfing this part. I think there was a pain elemental in here before, and I removed it. And I know the meme, oh, Vortex hates pain elementals, that's why I removed it, but I don't think that was the reason. Now I know I moved the pain elemental into this hallway, but he's useless in here, so I'm actually not sure what I was thinking back there. Oh, he's not even in here either. I must have deleted him later. Okay, so there was a pain elemental that used to exist in this entire section. Now it's just gone. Also, I'm going to actually use this secret because it makes this next fight just a lot easier. So this was just... I just built this as a big, wide open, hey, go fucking nuts, do what you want. Just go crazy. Here's a cyber beam as well, use that as well. This is just a big, wide open bunch of fuck. Spider Mastermind, you want that too? You can get one of those as well if you want it. And the best way to handle this is to actually just fall in here and sort of let things come get you. An arch rail or two might have made this a lot more interesting. But I didn't want it being too insane. There's already a Spider Mastermind as well, which has been known to kill people. As a matter of fact, the Spider Mastermind, who has a BFG now, anybody who missed that one, Spider Mastermind has a BFG. It turns out that because the BFG is buffed, if you're invincible and you take a point-blank hit on the Spider Mastermind and the damage rolls are high enough, you will actually die despite being invulnerable. That's never happened to me during testing, but apparently it happened to BF Ganondorf during his speedruns of map 29. He went up to go BFG a spider and then it BFG them back and instantly killed him despite the fact he was invulnerable. Auto aim whenever you feel like kicking in, buddy. Oh, I didn't even get the key. Completely forgot that step. One enemy? Who the f... It's not you. I'm actually not sure who's alive. Missing a secret as well. Okay, the secret's actually not too bad, because... Oh, there you are. Okay. Good. Don't have to look around the whole map for you. The secret's pretty obvious. But there's also a way to get back up here if you want to UV max the level. Hello, Mega Total. So, this map I'm kind of weird about. I don't know how I feel about it. This feels like a map I should enjoy, but I'm never fully set on it. I will say though, there's one secret in here that I really wish I'd changed. Absolutely wish I'd changed this one secret in here. Nice. I try to be cheeky. Didn't work. But yeah, the previous map and this one took me a long time to actually make. And so I was now behind schedule. Holy shit. The damage. Shit, they can come in. I thought they could. Oh my god. Chain gunner is just not dying. Fucking hell, these rev rockets keep catching me. Kinda need the health for this next part. Actually, no I don't. I know how to get out quickly. I couldn't not do a hedge maze. Something about the hedge maze idea stuck in my head, so I decided to do it. Oh, you motherfucker, he got me good. Well done. Holy shit, you got me so good. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna rewind it. I'm gonna rewind it. I don't have all day to be doing this. Okay, so usually you can get out if you're quick enough, but apparently the, kamikazes know what I'm trying to do here. I didn't pick up the rocket launcher, fuck. I need to go back in. So when you actually get into the middle... I need to go back in anyway because I don't have the key. When you go into the middle and activate the switch and then leave the hedge maze, a lot of things open up in order to make sure the monsters can actually get out easier. So that if you're going for a max, you kind of want to go here first. And then hopefully everything has managed to squeeze itself out in order to catch up with you. I have genuinely forgotten where the fuck I'm going. I'm getting destroyed right now. This is not going well. I think I just need to leave this area. I really want the rocket launcher, but I think I just need to leave this area. It's too mobbed. I need to pull all the enemies away. I am not paying attention at all. Holy fuck. Wake up, Mortel. You're playing a fucking map set right now. Jesus. You're not in a dream. Why is this Cyber in the middle? Why are you in the middle? Things just keep happening in this set, apparently. Maybe that's a sign that it's actually garbage. I swear to God, I did not mean to make that movement. That is not the movement I wanted to make at all. It looked like it was on purpose. It looked like I deliberately went down there and sucked that guy's dick, but that is not what I wanted to do. Did not want to move that way. The steels forced my hand. I didn't have a choice. Okay, the Cyber made his way out, thank God. I believe like the bottom corner of the maze is sort of like the most open part so that people have an easier time getting through. So that infighting and just clearing the area out is just a lot easier. I actually think it may have been better if I went that way instead. I think potentially could have escaped a bit easier. Is this dude infighting? I think he is. Yeah, he is. I think he just doesn't know how to open the door. Yeah, he is. Alright. I'll eventually take care of itself. If you're curious, you cannot, like, SR40 that or anything. I've tried. I think he's still got plenty of health left, actually. No, he doesn't. Okay, we're good. Alright, so this one I sort of did a, I did what was apparently considered a cardinal sin. I had progression behind somewhat of a secret. Now, admittedly, it's easier to see now than it was back then because the auto map shows it, and the texturing is a lot more obvious. But in order to complete this map, you actually need to have seen this thing right here. You can't progress the map unless you activate that secret. And that annoyed a lot of people. I just wanted to be cute and add a secret to a library, but... Is there a revenant in Pain Elemental's bedroom? Nope. Like, I hear the revenant, I just don't know where he is. Oh. You're in there. Oh, sorry, I woke up the Cackle Demon. There you are. Alright, so this secret, this fucking hole right here. What I should have done, I should have actually, like, I guess hid it maybe through a transparent texture and made it a lot easier to get in here. Because this jump is the fucking worst. It is so hard to actually get in here, which is actually part of the reason it's a secret. But it's actually too fucking hard. Because I had a strat for how to get into it. And I was like, okay, that's easy enough, that's fine. And then a week later, when I went back to this level, I couldn't remember what the strat was, and I couldn't fucking get in here. So the only consistent strat I've found is to walk. Like, this is a strat I actually use. I walk until this part of this texture is off screen, and then I run, and then it should make it. That is too much of a pain in the ass. There is, like, no consistent strat other than that I have found to get into this secret. It is positioned just perfectly. And I wish I could go back and fix it, because it's one of the more annoying secrets in the entire set. Like, I still want it to be difficult, because it sort of gives you this weird extra entrance into a place you're not supposed to be in this early. But, man, it just sucks. But it does mean you can do this part a little easier. I think somebody let the dog out again. And then left it outside again. Alright, I'm missing a handful of enemies, actually. Oh, I know why. Because I didn't take the normal route, so there's a lot of enemies waiting on me. So the plan I kind of had for this was, like from the beginning, I had planned for this to be an ice level that transitions into a sky level. Now, one thing I wish I did, but I didn't actually do, is I wish I actually added a bit more snow and like ice to the sky level, since it's really high up in the air and it would be cold. But I never did. Another one of these. What the fuck? The hell just did damage to me? Was it a snow particle? I think it was. What the fuck? Huh. I never actually noticed that. That was an old bug that I thought I fixed, but apparently if you're going upwards into the snow, it can hurt you. Even though it does 0 damage. That's weird. I never actually knew that was a thing. Well, I knew it was a thing. I didn't know it would happen if you went upwards. That's very strange. Hold on 2 seconds. Alright. Sky Sanctuary. I tried to make my own sky texture while I was behind schedule, which is not a good idea. A lot of the sky textures that were available did not really blend well with the palette I was using. So I was trying to make my own, and it didn't go well, and I found this sky texture and went with it. Had to adjust it a little bit for the palette. Yeah, I think it was Petra that mentioned that he kind of felt like the upper area should have had some snow or something, but it doesn't have anything at all. Fucking well done, Revenant. Wow, that was a great shot from him. So I think the best thing to do here is to get the fuck out and not hang around, at least for now. Ow, I don't even know what hit me. Okay, it was the Hell Knight. As long as I don't get sniped, we'll be fine. Yeah, pistol starting this one's a bit rough. If you know where you're going, it's not too bad, but if you have no idea what you're doing, you can sort of linger around in that fight, but it's a better idea to get the rocket launcher and then come back. Oh, they're still alive. Okay. You also kind of want to get the crossbow, which is over there. Oh, where the hell did that come from? Oh, it's a dude over there. Get back here. Where are you going? doing his own thing. This area was the screenshot that was used in the Keck Awards. I think. Or was it the Egg Awards that used that? I can't remember which one was used. Holy shit, I got lucky. I think there used to... Yeah, I think there used to be a suicide bomb around that corner, but I think I nerfed it again. I've been nerfing a lot, and yet this is still considered way too hard for a lot of people. I mean, I would say put it on Hurt Me Plenty, but we know how that tends to end. I think due to the stress levels and a lot of the negative reception that initially came from this, I think I probably over-nerfed a lot of it in response. I don't think I nerfed this one, though. And this is fine. You can also technically cheese it if you're quick enough. But I'm not going to cheese it. Oh, maybe I did nerf it. This feels like there's way less than there was originally. I think I had way more enemies in this part. So you really wouldn't use the crossbow here, so I don't know why there's so many crystals. Very quiet elevator. So the blue key is on the other side, which we need to go all the way around for. Now you could go back, but there's a secret down here. Oops. There's a secret down here for an invuln. And you can use this on the final fight if you want, but I actually find this fight to be a fair bit harder. So I prefer using the invuln here. Okay, I don't know what caused the cyber to even end fight, but whatever. The cyber just sort of diddling about, not giving a shit. How did you not hit the spider with that rocket? That's kind of impressive, actually. I don't even know how you didn't hit him. Dude, the cyber, I don't know how the fuck he's... Oh, I'm just gonna restart the fight, actually. I'm just gonna restart it. I have no idea how he didn't hit him the first time. If I'm lucky... Which I'm not, because the cyber's busy in here. Whoa! Alright, if I'm lucky, the spider will BFG this cyber and we don't have to worry about him at all. Or the spider's just going to win the engagement because it has a lower pain chance and it's just going to keep shooting. That also works. So because the crossbow is actually really effective at stunning things, I had to lower the Spider Mastermind's pain chance by quite a bit. Because you can easily just stun lock the spider forever and you'll never have to fight it properly if you have the crossbow. I'm dead. I'd like to hope by this point the player got himself a fucking crossbow, because otherwise this would be a rough one. The barren wall. Irons are actually just bricks, that's all they are. Ow. It would probably be better if I got them closer to each other. This lost soul is sure being a nuisance. I believe the last enemies are up here. Yep, that's everything. Alright, now it's time for my favorite level of the entire set, and by that I mean fuck this fucking level. This level has gone through so many iterations that I actually had to pull the version that was sitting up on id Games because there was a fucking soft lock. It was very easy to activate, but somehow, during all of my fucking testing before release, it never happened a single time. And then BF Ganondorf came along, started doing speedruns, and then would consistently get it to happen. And it annoyed me, because then I booted it up and couldn't get it to happen a single fucking time. That was until, like, I think my 18th or 19th run through, and then it happened. And I was like, oh shit, so this does exist. And then it happened every single time afterwards. It didn't even mean to get it consistently, but then I just kept getting it. And so, this version we're playing is the updated version of this map, where the unique boss has been removed. Now, I actually think this version of the fight is better, personally. Because the custom fight didn't do a whole lot, I'm gonna be honest. And I actually think it's cooler to leave the reveal for the skulls for later. Initially, in terms of lore, it was meant to be that this was supposed to be the level that gave you the concept of the skulls to begin with, that you would then use later, but it doesn't really convey that very well in terms of the lore. It's also very hard to see that these things are windy. The snowball effect is actually a little too subtle. Probably should have made it more obvious, more prominent. But anyway, there used to be a boss fight here. There'd be a skull that would fire a bunch of ice projectiles at you. You'd have to dodge while the wind was blowing you around. But things just kept breaking. It just wouldn't function properly. So we have now changed it to Cyber Demon. I forgot that the one in the back is what activates first. Do we not have a chain gun in this level? Holy shit, that was a bad idea. Did I really not put a chain gun in this level? Ooh. That was a bad decision. If you're going to replace it with a Cyber Demon, you probably should have put in a chain gun for this one. It's still doable with the crossbow. The crossbow doesn't have damage, but honestly, I feel like a chain gun would have been a good idea. Yeah, it was meant to be a really short level because we were behind schedule at this point. Like, quite far behind, so I wanted to make this boss level shorter and simpler. So I decided a custom enemy was apparently the best decision for that. But now we've assembled the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. And we now go into the big controversial episode. So here's the thing. I like episode 6. I think for a lot of people that prefer the spicier stuff, episode 6 is their favorite. And for me personally, I actually really like episode 6. But I have seen a lot of people not finish this map set because of episode 6. I've seen people get to 29 and stop. I've seen people get to 28 and stop. I've seen people get halfway through map 30, which is the final map, and then just say, nah, fuck this. It can't be fun. This is shit. I'm done. I'm out. And it sucks, because I really like this episode. I think this is the most fun throughout the entire set, if I'm honest, but a lot of people do not agree with that. And unfortunately, if you're going to appeal to that specific demographic, then you kind of fucking failed it. If the demographic you appeal to don't like it. Also, this one track in particular, I've had a habit of doing this a lot, but this track is a really good track if you listen to the whole thing. But it's very short if you just play the level. Can I see? What the hell am I seeing? Okay. Apparently, if you position yourself right, you can see some of the map early. Nice node builder. Well done. Anyway, I like this level. I think this level's fun. Start with nothing and you have to deal with 4 cybers. Skill Saw did it better, Vortail, I'm gonna be honest. Hello, why are you down here already? What one do I want to do first? Probably the other one. Don't get shot. Motherfucker. He wasn't even aiming at me. Well done. This is going very poorly. So yeah, the SSG secret does sort of make this a little easier to deal with, because you are supposed to use the Cyber Demons to kill this Mancubi. You get very little ammo to deal with it until the very end. I knew that was going to happen. I knew I was going to go the wrong fucking way. Oh my god, now we're in trouble. I'm going to need to get this med kit to continue. Alright, we'll get this secret later. We don't have fucking time to hang around in there, because I suck apparently. Didn't even get the key. I'm gonna deal with this while they're currently stuck. Yeah, again, the SSG does make this a hell of a lot easier to clear a lot of this. It's the only weapon you get for this. Well, you get the weapon at the end, but the only weapon you get to do the level normally is the SSG. There we go. Did I hit that? I don't think I did. I think I missed it several... Yeah, I did. I missed it several times. I was mashing it, I still missed it. Everybody loves indented switches, right? Grab this, although it doesn't matter, I'll probably die anyway. Should only be 2 cybers left, I think. Yeah. So yeah, the archviles die by the time you get to the exit. They get squashed. So yeah, and in terms of theming, this particular episode is supposed to be just chaotic, because everything's going to shit now that all the crystals are together. This next level is like the calm before the storm. Now, I decided a while ago that I was going to have a bunch of interconnected games, map sets. Special thanks to STX Valve for coining the term Vortailverse. But I had plans to have a lot of these games all connected together, and this next level in particular, I have plans for this next level. I had plans to reuse this level that we're about to go into for something else entirely in the future. We haven't got to it yet because I'm too fucking lazy and slow. But this level has apparently, I've decided to have important lore significance, but right now we don't know what that is because I'm too lazy to make the other shit. Also, I quite like this level. I wanted to have a level that used the partial invisibility a lot. I mean, owned though. So some of this level is shaped in a way for me to expand upon in the future, but it's just currently closed off. Also, yes, this is the calm level before the storm. Okay, well, I thought it was homing. You know, one thing I've never done, I've never used the gauntlets against the spider. I wonder how effective it is. Well, Spider Mastermind, I should state. It's really unfortunate that I put the crossbow right there. I probably should have swapped that in the gauntlets, to be honest. Oh shit. Cat, no, don't. Yeah, not now, buddy. This is the worst time to like sit on me. Can't see my gun, I can't line it up. Well. Oh god. Crossbow just rips the spider to shreds. So good. It's from the Alien Vendetta Midi-Pack. I believe it's map 21. Wow. Yeah, I borrowed a lot of music from the Alien Vendetta MIDI pack. There's a lot of really good tracks in it. Wait, where's the Mancubus? Oh, there he is. I must have came in. Okay. Oh, I'm missing 2 enemies? Who the fuck am I missing? I genuinely don't know who I'm missing. Oh, fuck no. I thought I went in here already. Oh, I went this way. Alright, now it's time for the first of the divisive maps to end the set on. Did anybody say Slaughter? You can't put Slaughter in a casual map? So you can't put Slaughter in a casual map set? So the monster count for this was reduced a lot, just to help with cleanup. It doesn't actually affect the gameplay in any way. Oh, that was close. Holy shit. Cut that way too close. Also, the lava here was instant kill as well. That was even turbo fucked up. I really don't know why I thought that was a good idea back then, but it's a good thing I fucking changed it. But yeah, I figured since I was making a set for more casual gamers, but also be a step up from the previous one, but I figured, you know what, let's give them a little bit of Slaughter. Let's give them a little taste of Slaughter. A nice, soft, not too difficult Slaughter map. Did not sit well with a lot of people. Did not sit well at all. If people didn't order Slaughter, don't give them a Slaughter. That's what I've learned from that. As I say, there used to be a much thicker body count here. There used to be a lot more enemies. But as I say, just be clean up a pain in the ass. So just know it was a lot more slaughtery back then. Holy shit, nice damage rolls. Nice one! Holy shit, Caco's just fucking me up. Oh. Oh. Okay, that didn't go well. Yeah, try to be cheeky. I'm surprised you have not taken way more damage than this, I'm gonna be honest. Sort of expecting you to be dead by now, actually. Holy rocket. This room was made a lot wider. It was a little too cramped in the initial release. Of course, now I think it might be too wide, but again, trying to help the casual players here a little bit. But I do think this map is already too far gone at this point. Good job, Auto Imp. Being excellent as usual. Shouldn't have much left. I feel like you've been fading a lot as well. There we go. Nice. We take those. Oh man, I took a big risk. Survived though, it paid off. I almost feel like maybe a couple of invulns would have really helped the casual cred with this one. Just go crazy. Did I leave any more crystals anywhere? I don't think I did. You can just kind of ignore this and go by it, but you really don't want to do that because it's going to open up and they're going to come get you. Okay, this definitely has the highest monster count. I enjoy this level. I think it's fun trying to get through this really quick. Alright, well, we used a big Jimmy MIDI before, so now we have to use a big Tristan MIDI now. Probably one of my favorites. In terms of order, it doesn't actually matter what order you do this in. I think I usually do blue first. So for anybody who hasn't actually kept up with the lore, because I kind of skipped through a lot of it and didn't really talk about it, turns out the crystals are all causing problems by existing, or rather one crystal is causing a problem by existing, but if we get rid of it, big problems happen. So in order to restore the balance, we have to destroy all of them. And the only way to do so is to give it a form of some kind. So we're basically crushing a bunch of crystals into skulls. It's not the deepest lore in the universe, but... I guess let's me put in some ideas that were originally going to be in the episodes that these spawn from, but I never got the chance to do it. The only one that I think is different is not different. The only one that I didn't have an idea for was the green one. But by the time I got to this episode, I had the thought that in the Lost Magic, one of the bigger fights was the map 29, so I was thinking maybe I should make the biggest fight be the green one. Now that actually did get hard nerfed, but I mean like completely changed, because that was actually so difficult that even the non-casual crowd were thinking it was a little too fucking hard. So that one definitely had to get nerfed. I probably have the original version of that map somewhere. But it just had way too many enemies to dig through. Sidewheels were in some awful positions. Some nasty suicide bomber placement. Also, this is, if you haven't found the secret level, this is actually technically the first level you come across the hot sauce. And I wanted to use the hot sauce in this exact way on the first episode, but I had the lava as an instant kill mechanic originally, and I didn't want to bring that back. But then I removed the insta kill lava, so I probably could have went back and changed it, but oh well. Again, by this point we're making this map, oh, actually that's a good point. That's actually something important that I should have brought up on this exact level. When this level was about to go into production, one of the worst things that could have happened. I was outside grabbing... Oh.
Oh no.
Hello, Narrow Tomato. Thanks for the radar now. So while developing this level, on the day I was about to, like, it was an hour before it was time to stream some mapping and finish this up. I had all this drawn out and ready to go. But before I did that, there was a bunch of chores that needed done, so I decided to go do them. And the washing was outside, so as I was going outside to go bring in the washing, it was drying up on the whirly gig. I slipped a disc while going out to get the washing in. I was moving too quickly, I ducked under and over things to go reach the washing and went a bit too ham. And slipped a disc. And the timing for that was awful because we were kind of behind schedule. But I was basically, before, like 2 hours after the stream was meant to start, I finally managed to get myself together. I was basically stuck in my room for about an hour and a half, kind of paralyzed as a result of slipping the disc. I could not get up, I could not move, just stuck on the floor. Took about an hour and a half to actually get myself up onto a chair. And I think within a month's time of that happening, Derek also slipped his disc, so some interesting timing. But despite that, I got through it, grit my teeth, and just made the rest of this set, despite the slipped disc situation. Which would probably explain why the quality of some of this might be not on the bad side, but I don't know. Again, people do not like these last 3 maps in this set. But oh well, it is what it is. Anyway, I apologize, Narrow Tomato, for sidestepping the raid a little bit. Hope you're doing alright. If you're still around, you can let me know what you were up to. This got a tiny nerf, if I remember rightly. Oh, no, it didn't get oh, no, it didn't get nerfed, really. It got buffed. I gave it more rockets. The area is exactly the same. It got more rockets because if you came in here, like, last and you'd used all your ammo, you were kind of fucked. This area had not enough ammo to clear if you were very low on ammo. One thing I kind of regret not doing more of, and I guess I'll do it in the next map set that I plan on working on, is more uses of crushers. I am a crusher apologist. I like crushers. They can be used in very good ways. Maybe not the slow one as much. The slow crusher can be a bit annoying because once it catches you, you're basically dead. I think slow crushers can be sparingly used, but I like the faster ones. Also, it's a bit silly with the secrets in this one. There's supposed to be like one secret in every one of these, but the white zone has two, and there's a bit of a fuck up on my part. Alright. I think I may have also given this a soul sphere, so I think I did buff this part because it was a bit troublesome. And the archfiles come in and basically ruin everything you've done. Aw, never lucky. That's not true. I've been decently lucky this run. Just wondering where you were. I felt like you were on the way. Okay. It does, like, it is interesting to me to some extent how much of a fluke the Lost Magic felt. The fact that I was able to... I think that's part of the issue that I personally have with this, is that I had my standards extremely high because of how well the Lost Magic turned out. And I think that's why I was constantly plagued with self-doubt throughout this thing, and it may be why it turned out the way that it did. It's difficult to turn your brain off when you've made something that you're really, really happy with and you plan on making the sequel and there's just something about it that isn't clicking, even if it's actually just fine. Again, I'm I do like episode 6. I do enjoy it. But as you're making it, and you constantly have this, like, sort of... I don't know, would you even call it imposter syndrome? Maybe you would call it imposter syndrome a little bit. About the process. Also, this is my favorite cyber demon placement I think I've ever done. Because I just love how it catches people and gives them a big spook, because you just follow the trail of items and it's like, well, hey! Because the ice physics are drawing you towards them as well. He got me, well done. Good job. He does appear to be stuck, which is interesting. Okay, fine. Fine. He might get himself out eventually. But I kinda need him for this room. Also, the secret in this zone, I think, is actually kind of fucked up. If you actually go to the Doom World thread, there's actually somebody leaving a post asking how the fuck you get to this. It is very, very easy to miss this secret. And the thing is, it's even easier now that I've actually put 2 secrets in this zone. Because you might be under the assumption, oh, it's 1 secret per zone. But then there's 6 of them, and you're thrown off because you think, oh, it can't be here because I can't really see anything in this area. Also, this was Derek's idea, I believe, with the Arachnotrons, because I wanted to do some ice platforming, and I believe Derek actually suggested the Arachnotrons here. Spice it up. Okay, I think our Cyber Demon friend is actually stuck. I don't think he can get out. I think I managed to get him jammed. Excellent. Well done. See, the secret is here. It's quite difficult to see the steps. Should get the fuck down. I also remember making this level and then having a weird argument with Medi over schoolgirl enemies. Curious about what the argument was. My argument is that I have a general dislike of schoolgirl enemies. And I have this dislike despite not watching the vast majority of them. You know, I feel like if you watch one schoolgirl anime and get a general gist of it, then I think you can make a very decent assumption about the rest of them. Whoa. But I mean, if there's a schoolgirl anime that's like insanely good and I refuse to watch it because of my bias, then that's my loss. How are you still alive? There we go. I decided to leave the best to last. So yeah, I had no idea for what I wanted to do with this, but, you know, thinking the green crystal and the lost magic, why not have this be the big fight? And again, it had to be nerfed. There was way too many enemies before. It's very difficult to get through. Even if you knew what the invulnerability secret was, it was just a little too rough. I'm gonna say the spiral's active? I don't think they are. One of the disciples is dead, like immediately. He must have got BFG'd. Good job, Lost Soul. Well done. Genuinely well done. You might have fucked me for the rest of this. Can we get to the invuln? Hello. Please note, you are not safe. If you grab the invuln and it BFGs your face, you have a chance of dying. This was not something I knew about initially. I can see if I can make it happen, but I don't think I can. Well, I can't now because I don't have the invuln. Oh, haven't hit the other one. Yeah, I think it's 10,000 damage, which would make sense because the BFG is essentially buffed, and if the damage rolls are high enough, it will do over 10k damage. Alrighty. Now it's time for the big final level. So I was kind of tempted to, at the very early stages of this, I was like, alright, I'm going to make map 30 maybe a short one, like kind of like I did with the Lost Magic. But nope. We were behind schedule and I decided, fuck it. We're making a big 5-boss final level. Now it's a little, oh hey, I could have easily put you on that line. Why did I put it down there? There's plenty of space for the U to fit. Anyway, I will admit that the final boss being Eve Eternity 1's final boss but worse is probably not a good choice for a final boss, I'll be honest. I don't think thematically it all works together, but bosses themselves are kind of whatever. Just the levels for this are quite rough. So you're not meant to fight this thing. You might try it, but you will fucking die. It's got tons of health, so don't try to fight it. Format of use this was MBF 21. So yeah, this had been planned from the beginning. Some people might call it laziness, but we were behind schedule, and I don't really care, because I'd already planned to do this. But essentially the lore going on, everything's sort of fucking up, and everything's sort of fusing into one, so you get all the previous levels sort of mixed together in a weird amalgamation. I've kind of been a fan of that trope in level design as a whole. Like, I liked it when it was done in Scythe too. It is implied you're under a time limit, but you're not actually under a time limit. You can use as much time as you want. So there used to be a bug with these enemies in particular, the skulls. If they get killed via infighting, their triggers would never activate, and it was such a pain in the ass. So just had to set it up so they never infought anything. This is probably the most awkward area, I'm gonna be honest. In terms of moving around, this area has awful movement. And I'm not just talking about the ice physics either, it's just the general platforming is just really awkward. Very easy to die here. Probably shouldn't have hit that, actually. See, I didn't know either. I didn't know until one day it just, the action trigger didn't work. So I basically set it up so that if the skull is in the same room as another monster, then it will never in-fight the other monster. So the blue skull's immune to the Caco demons. The yellow one's immune to Arsefiles. Arsefiles. Depends who you ask, that may be a good name for them. Archvile blasts. Well, at least I think they are. I haven't actually... No, they're immune to blast damage, so yeah. They would be immune to Archviles. And the white one is immune to Wendigos. And so far it hasn't glitched since, so I'm assuming it's fine now. I did nerf this area a little bit. There was initially a sorcerer in here, but I got rid of him. It's more for pacing, because it doesn't really do anything in this area. Had to bring back my favorite platforming crate section. Wouldn't be the same without it. Yeah, so all the skulls activate a voodoo doll, essentially. The Ulra Floor voodoo doll can do something. So what you're supposed to do, kind of, is like running in a circle around here and then keep platforming and not getting zapped by this. But there's actually a little loop you can do, like here. A bit further forward than that. I'm fucking it up. There is a loop you can do that works. I just fucking suck at it, apparently. This is another part where it's just awkward to navigate. The bookcase area especially. Although thankfully, if you know what you're doing, you never have to actually go to the bookcase section, you can just ignore it. This got nerfed a little bit. There was a lot more mini cacos that would show here, but people had a lot of, like, a really hard time controlling this area. So I got rid of a lot of them. It's nowhere near as tough as it used to be. Yeah, one thing I want to do this year, I've got a plan for a map set that's just not a map set, I've got a plan for a single map. But I want to use MBF to the absolute maximum, MBF 21 specifically to the absolute maximum. Not regular MBF, very different. Very different thing, do not use actual MBF. Unless you really want obnoxious infighting. But yeah, I want to just go nuts with the MBF 21 and just make a ton of shit for one level. I'd actually started it last year, but did not get much further. Because I wanted to focus on other projects. So I'll probably do it this year. But yeah, MBF 21's fun to fuck around with. It's also good because it's demo compatible. And it runs in DSDA Doom, so I don't have to... I can make cool shit without needing GZ Doom. Although I'm gonna have to use GZ Doom at some point. If I want to make the Lost Magic prequel, which I plan on making, I do need to use GZ Doom. Because, editing Hexen related things is just not really something you can do. And dehacking Heretic is a pain in the ass. What the? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vorto, you forgot. You added this to your level. The water rapids is still active here. I kind of forgot about that. If I had more time, I think I might have added more detail to the outside area. Just to show off, like, chunks of level. Rather than just having it be a red void. But, you know. It is what it is. We were way behind schedule as it was. Things were starting to wrap up. We're starting to end the whole Nano Admiral thing, so I just had to get it done. So you can cheese this a tiny bit. You can actually kill the Archvales early. Where's the other one? There may be ahead. Be a good idea just to kill this guy now. So, one thing I kind of wish it did was sort of give a different flame sprite for this guy. Because he actually explodes faster than the normal Archvale does. And it's difficult to know that when you're first fighting it. So he tends to get a free hit off. Like, he explodes halfway through the fire animation rather than the usual timing. Yeah, you can sort of choose the fight if you just keep him in the back and you don't have to activate all the Archviles and create a clusterfuck. Unexplained collision issues. Speaking of crossbow. Beautiful, well done. Good timing there, Archvale. So I can't remember if I changed this on UV, but I know it's there on Hurt Me Plenty and Hey Not Too Rough. But there's a BFG in this section. I don't think I added it for UV. I really decided to say fuck the UV players. So I mentioned a long time ago there is one fuck you suicide bomber. And it's in this section right here. It's right there. If you lean against that door, you're getting blown up. For the record, I haven't had anybody quit the map set on that part. Also, this fight is rough as fuck. I have a lot of issues with this fight. I cannot do this fight. It's like the hardest cyber of all time. Such a tight spot to fight it in. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna clear this part out. Yes, those are Ripper projectiles. Fucking hell, I didn't realize it was there. Okay, that went better than normal, I guess. So, for lore reasons, I had to bring this part back. We'll get to those lore reasons whenever Jam gets fucking finished. So if I play my cards right, this Spider Mastermind can actually take out all of these Revenants. Yeah, I definitely don't like Ripper enemies as much. But being the dude that does the ripping feels good. Because it shreds through the spider. It's so good. It just does so much damage. By the way, for anybody who's actually beat the level and actually got the end screen for this level, they'll notice that the timer is 11:06, which is the 666 timer for the power time. Actually getting 11:06 for this is, like, and getting a UV max is actually quite fucking hard. I'm going this way. What? The yellow key is never actually necessary. You never actually need the yellow key. Alright, did I put the BFG in here? No. Okay. I decided I was still being mean to the UV players. There's no BFG in here, but there is on Hurt Me Plenty and Hey Not Too Rough. So if you're having a struggle with this, you can grab a BFG from in there. Make life a lot easier. So this boss is sort of like a stronger variant of what was originally on map 25. Well, it has less HP than I remember. Maybe I nerfed its HP. Alright, and now we're in the final fight. Which, this is actually why I didn't put a BFG in this fight, because if you have a BFG in this fight is actually really easy, because you basically delete the boss. But the best weapons to use against this boss is the chain gun, actually, because you never want to get in its face, so you can't really use the crossbow and the SSG very well. Hey, Snooty. So this is essentially Valiant boss, not Valiant, sorry, Eve Eternity boss. If you get too close to it, it just vomits projectiles in wild directions, so you never want to get close to it ever. It used to have, like, double the health it currently has, and this fight would go on for 100 years. It also used to be very easy to just circle strafe around them and just keep firing. You can circle strafe a little bit, but don't do what I just did, because you were right against the wall. So the chain gun is like the most effective thing to use, because it does constant damage. It's also immune to splash, because it is a boss monster. So rockets aren't as effective. But if you get the BFG and you get a good shot, it just fucking melts. And we're back to level 1 again. I love this track. This is the Emperor Spoon's track. It's just perfect for the ending sequence here. And that is it. That is the end of TQC. Or is it the end of TQC? It never is, because Wartail's a piece of shit and he always hides something. Alright, if you do not want spoiler for the puzzle, I don't imagine most people really mind that much, but if you don't want spoiler for this puzzle that's about to come up, probably better disappear now and try to solve it yourself. But I'm essentially going to go through the puzzle and reveal what is on the other side. So this is your chance. Alright, so anybody who decides to have a wander will probably go outside and see some of this graffiti that's out here. It's weird graffiti that's sitting on the wall. That for some reason there's just monsters with Roman numerals below them. So, special shout out to Bitefire for fucking this up for so many streamers. When this was new and people were streaming it, Bitefire mentioned, or rather, I don't think he mentioned initially, somebody thought that the solution to this was throughout the WOD itself. And as a result, they kind of quit. And then Bitefire jumped on other people's streams, and when they got to this point, he told people that it was only solvable if you find secrets throughout the main WOD. And then people quit and didn't solve it. This is solvable within this screen, but you do actually have to leave the game to get an answer. I think Meowgi may have been the first one to solve it. I can't remember who solved it, but somebody stuck around and solved it. Also, special shout out to Deet Saw, who got the Roman numerals wrong for this one and spent a little longer than he was supposed to spend on this puzzle. So, we found the secret inside the door track of this door. And it opened up a wall here. Now we have to put in a code. And this is what this graffiti is referring to. So, the numbers below the graffiti refers to the monster's ID within Doom's code. So you do need to either have Doom Builder knowledge or Google this. If you were to type Pain Elemental and you type in its number, or the Lost Soul and you type in its number here, you will actually get its ID. Yeah, I guess Ednum is the other word you could use. I think it shows up as ID on... Actually, I can Google that real quick. Why wouldn't I just do that right now? So, like, if you go to the Doom Wiki, the correct Doom Wiki, by the way, don't go to the fandom one, go to the right one. So I guess thing type is actually the better way of putting it. So yeah, the Pain Elemental is 71, which is the same as it is in the Roman numerals. And Google is actually... Okay, so when I did this, Google was less of a piece of shit, and the Doom Wiki came up first, but nowadays it's a piece of shit, and now Google just spawns all sorts of shit you're not interested in. So yeah, the Pain Elemental is 71, and the Lost Soul is 3006. So we have this, which is Cacodemon plus Imp. If you look at the Cacodemon's thing number... Okay, Google, you're being useless now. I didn't think Google would fuck its engine so badly. So yeah, the Cacodemon is 3005 and the Imp is 3001. So the code is 6006. And boom. Now, I'm going to show this off real quick. If you decide you're going to be a cheater McCheater, and you're like, fuck this, I'm going through here. This happens. But anyway, by activating this switch properly, it gets rid of that trigger. Which, if you're curious, is an instant death floor into a secret exit. And that's why it gives you that text specifically. Nice red on red. That's the actual ending. If you're actually curious, I've actually wrapped that room in a big ring that does the on-kill effect if you try to sneak in with no clip that way as well. So no matter what, you have to do the puzzle if you want to get into this room. You can't no clip into it. That is TQC. One of these days, pretty soon, it has been on my mind a lot, but we are going to finish Jam. It's gonna happen. It's just that now the bar has been raised so high that I will admit it's a little intimidating going back to it and then trying to make something extremely huge. But anyway, I still like TQC mostly, 95% of it. But I do still consider it a failure in terms of its task. Especially around the episode 6 segment, where the casual crowd would get decimated by it. But now that we've had over a year to simmer on it, I still think as a whole it's a good set. I enjoy this a lot. I do think I prefer the Lost Magic more though, as a whole. This was definitely me having a bit of an experimental phase, doing a bunch of stuff. Some of it dangerous. And some of it didn't quite work out. But that happens sometimes, especially with experimentation. I do know I kicked myself a lot, like in the ass a lot for this map set, and I probably should not do it as much, because it really isn't terrible, and I know it's not terrible. I enjoy this set. I especially enjoy episode 6. I have good fun running through episode 6 again. But if you haven't played it, the link to it's down below. It won an Egg Award.